Good morning, dear professors, teachers, participants, students, and audience. I greet everyone with my most sincere feelings. First of all, welcome to our International Literature, Culture and Language Symposium held by Department of English, Literature and Language and the School of Foreign Languages and İKSAD. I also wanted to remind that this symposium takes place on the occasion of 40th anniversary of Yüzüncü University. We hope that this series of events and activities will be beneficial. Now I invite the head of English Language and Literature Department, Professor Bülent Cercis Tanrıtaner, to the platform for delivering his speech.
Dear Vice Rector, distinguished professors, guests, and members of press, and the official symposium officials of İKSAD, and lovely students. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome and greet you all with respect and my best wishes. As you may all know, Yüzüncü University, of which I am proud of being a member, is celebrating the 14th anniversary this year. The 14th founding process of our university, which was founded in 1982, is being celebrated with various academic and social programs and events. As the Department of English Language and Literature and School of Foreign Languages, we have aimed at being part of this process by taking a role in the events held during this year. Apart from the interviews and meetings online and in person, we have held within the department and the dean's presence throughout the year. We are together today for the International Literature, Culture and Language Symposium, which we have prepared in partnership with the English Language and Literature Department and School of Foreign Languages in cooperation with İKSAD. Our university, with a long-established tradition of 40 years, is taking serious and strong steps towards becoming an international university, as you may know. The university where not only students from all over the country, but also those from other countries, especially those from the border and neighboring countries in the region, benefit from the educational opportunities it provides and continues to rise rapidly to the top in the rankings of national and world universities in different disciplines. Yüzüncü University, which targets to be one of the top 10 universities of Turkey with both its physical and academic infrastructure, and where studies are carried out to achieve this goal soon as possible actually, is also supposed to be one of the remarkable realms in teaching foreign languages. The university, where nearly 100 students are enrolled in the English Language and Literature Department every year, is defined as one of the most popular departments in this realm with its academic staff and opportunities. At this point, foreign language studies are supported not only by our department, but also by a staff that undertakes English teaching mission of the whole university through the School of Foreign Languages and organizes the prep classes of some departments, including ours. We are holding a multilingual symposium, the scope of which is limited to literature, culture, and language for the first time in the first symposium that we hold here today. And proficiency and literacy in the second and third languages, as you may appreciate, have become one of the most outstanding stages of academia. English, a world language, stands out as the language with the highest value added in reading and participating in the studies conducted in the world's academic atmosphere. the mission of English Language and Literature Department is not only limited to language teaching. In our department, courses on both English and American literature at the levels of undergraduate, graduate levels have been taught for almost 30 years on. And these courses are also blended with those that enable cultural studies to be conducted in future. Cultural studies, which is one of the most academically significant branches of social sciences, since the second half of the 20th century, has taken its place as worldwide impact at the symposium in this respect. Simply because literature and language studies evolved into cultural studies all over the world. Not only the acquisition of language proficiency, but also the fact that literature and culture are at the center of the studies inspired us to open a special title for culture at this symposium. Again, studies on language teaching have been designed as another topic of our symposium, with those papers on different subfields of linguistics. If we are to bring these three fields together in a single sentence, we would summarize it as follows. Language is at the root of all the studies we deal with in general and all the literary studies in particular. This phenomenon, which we call language, is so closely related to people's personality, identity, and existence. That is a sort of ontological issue in a way. We use language to reveal our existence and literature to demonstrate this competence. This process ultimately creates a cultural environment, and we continue to exist as a part of this created cultural movement. And the purpose and rationale of this symposium is being called Literature, Culture, and Language Symposium may be made clear in this way. All these relations have formed our process of organizing such a symposium in this lovely city of Van, with a history of thousands of years and its cultural and linguistic richness and heritage. We brought literature, culture, and language together in a symposium in this city where different civilizations, languages, and common cultures have been blended and welcomed for thousands of years. I hope that this symposium, where the first papers will be presented soon, is to be the first and the beginning of academically influential events to be held in the following years, but hopefully not the last one. And I wish all distinctive participants a beneficial and auspicious event. As a final word, I'm congratulating all distinguished members of Yüzüncü University family on the 40th anniversary once again. I would also like to thank our rector, Professor Dr. Hamdullah Şevli, and Vice Rector, Professor Dr. Murat Kayri, and his venerable staff who were with us throughout the symposium preparation process for sincere and kind collaboration and support. Thank you for your kind patience.
Currently, I am going to invite the director of the School of Foreign Languages, Associate Professor Eiden Gurmes, to the platform to make his speech.
Do you hear me clearly? Okay. Dear Vice Rector, and dear guests from around the world, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I feel honored to welcome you on behalf of and as the director of Yüzüncü University, the School of Foreign Languages, as well as a member of English Language and Literature Department, to which I have been affiliated for almost 30 years. That is, from 93 so far, beginning and including my undergraduate study. Now, 30 years, almost 30 years, but to be exact, 29 years. Metin Hocam, is it possible to call myself a dinosaur?
Yes.
Okay. Kind of epiphany appeared in my mind, Şirin Hocam. Okay. There are various reasons why I really feel happy to be here with you today. Being one of the plenary speakers of this activity is particularly special for me because both the president of this symposium, Professor Dr. Bülent Hoca, and the keynote speaker assistant, Professor Mehmet Şirin Hoca, together with all these dear professors like Metin Hoca, and you know, Şirin Hoca is going to deliver his speech today. Since I'm now sharing the same platform with them as a teacher and once a student, undergraduate student, so it's natural for me to feel privileged to be here today as a colleague with these dear teachers. It's my pleasure to have this unique opportunity to have a few words on the opening ceremony of the International Symposium on Literature, Culture and Language. This is indeed an important occasion for all of us involved in social and interdisciplinary sciences in general, and literature, culture, and language studies in particular. Literature, culture, and language are concepts that have an important place in our life and have close relations with each other. There is a vicious circle between language, literature, and culture, and the man is at the center of this very circle. The bond between these three concepts is so deep and strong that development and a change in one naturally affects the other. Language, as you know, is as old as humanity and is one of the fundamental facts in the existence and survival of humanity. It is also regarded as one of the main components or the essence of culture. An indispensable medium for communication, it protects existing works of literature and cultures, has allowed them to pass down from generation to generation, and finally to present day. If, quote, if culture was a house, then language was the key to the front door to all the rooms inside, of quote, says Khalid Hosseini, the Afghan-born American novelist and physician. It is the language that helps build relationships, communicate and form the cultures. Each generation produces its own unique literature and culture, but it is not independent of its heritage brought from the past. And it is the language that enables man to produce literature on its own. And it is the culture that encompasses all. Language forms man's entity and identity, and man expresses himself or herself, his or her ideas and feelings with language, and as a result, literature is born. Literary works reflect culture and art of the period in which they are produced. Thanks to literary works, we come to know the cultural and linguistic values of nations in historical process. And it is literature that helps language keep its vitality and hence culture down from generation to generations. And they all together build culture, but in turn, culture sustains all of them. I am truly obliged to all participants for being with us today and joining us from different parts of the world. We all know that knowledge is power, and you are all here to share. I guess. Okay, fine, sorry. So you are all here to share and have more of this precious power. Thank you all again for sharing with us with your own invaluable knowledge of various disciplines ranging from linguistics, literature, art, cultural studies, philosophy, and to all other disciplines. Therefore, there is no point in taking and wasting your time and keeping you waiting. So now it's time to share. I hope you enjoy and benefit from our symposium. Thank you very much for your dear patience.
Yes, now I invite our Vice Rector, Professor Murat Kayri, to the platform to express his feelings related with our symposium.
In 2020, then I was a Dean of Theology faculty for a short period. In December 18, 2020, it's known that it's declared as Arabic Day in the world. And all academicians and students and me as a Dean of faculty, due to pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, the online celebration was conducted then. And I couldn't understand Arabic and speak. But all academicians are speaking and they are celebrating the Arabic Day in Arabic naturally. But as a dean, they said me, you have to speak Arabic as well. But I couldn't. Now I see some gentlemen and lady, I know they are not capable of speaking and understanding English, but again, they are listening to us. A clap for them, please. They are encouragement. But again, they don't know why we are clapping, but actually, I thank you. Yeah, they understand. Sizleri tebrik ediyorum. Böyle İngiliz Dili Edebiyatı öğrencileri ve diğer hocalarımızın Japon? You are Japanese? Okay. Dear professors and students, good morning to one and all present here, and thank you for joining us for the International Symposium on Literature, Culture, and Language on the occasion of 40th anniversary of Yüzüncü University. It's a great honor for me, as the Vice Rector representing my university, to be talking with you today at the opening ceremony of the symposium. I am delighted to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished gathering of participants. As far as the title of the symposium is concerned, literature allows one to step back in time and learn about life around the world from the ones who walked before us. We can gather a better understanding of diverse cultures and have a greater appreciation of them. When it comes to language, it always carries meanings and references beyond itself. The meanings of a particular language represent the culture of a particular social group. To interact with a language means to do so with the culture which is its reference point. We cannot comprehend a culture without having direct access to the language because of its intimate connection. By sharing knowledge and listening, we can adapt to changing trends and respond to new ideas in the scientific world. Such scientific activities encourage us and our students to make an original contribution to the fields of study as an integral part of professional education. It's a groundbreaking approach to the integration of teaching and learning that emphasizes the discovery of new knowledge. Last but not the least, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Bülent Cercis Tanrıtaner, the head of the Department of English Language and Literature, and Association Professor Dr. Eiden Gurmes, the director of the School of Foreign Languages, and a special thanks to lecturer Esra Ünsal Ocak for preparing this speech text for me, and all members who played an important role in the organization of the symposium. I would like to conclude my speech by encouraging everyone to participate in all the activities and discussions through the academic platforms. I hope that this symposium, in which the three important pillars, that is, literature, culture, and language, are synthesized, will be fruitful for students and all academics. Thank you so much.
Now I am going to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Mehmet Şirindemir, who has been appointed as the keynote speaker of our symposium, for delivering his speech in the platform within a peculiar context he has adopted for the symposium.
Mr. Vice Rector, the Dean of the Faculty of Letters, I think he is not present at the moment, but it doesn't matter. And the head of the Department of English, Language and Literature, and of course, the director of the School of Foreign Languages, together with the other distinguished members of the symposium, I feel myself obliged to exaggerate. I feel myself obliged, actually, not to exaggerate, of course, but to express my gratitudes, my thanks to all of you, together with the other distinguished members of İKSAD, who made a greater contribution to the organization and, of course, holding of such an event, such a convention, which for more than a couple of decades I have heard they have actually done their best to do whatsoever is necessary in order to have an adequate understanding of such kinds of topics to be unleashed to the imagination, to the public imagination, of course, to the academic imagination. First of all, as a keynote speaker, I should confess that the things that I am going to focus will rather be based upon some of the anecdotal accounts which over the past couple of decades I have constructed, and of course I have not only constructed, but I have objectively observed from different portfolio of my students. Dear members of the symposium, the teaching career of mine, which approximately spanned more than 30 years of period, was composed of different kinds of anecdotal accounts recounted from different, as I told you, student portfolios, together with some of my colleagues like Eiden Bey, of course, and Bülent Bey, Metin Bey, some other colleagues whose names I actually would not at the moment enumerate, but who have made a greater impression upon my mind, not only upon my mind, but upon my whole ontologies, together with the distinguished and the dear students of mine. Dear members of the symposium, some of the quotations which I, in the past couple of decades, have really been very much impressed and which have left, as I told you, a great impression upon my mind, I have quoted from different kinds of philosophical, artistic, and of course literary works, and which most of my students, after quoting such kinds of passages, have told me that they were very, very much impressed. Even their perspective towards life have been changed. They have made such a confession. Even some of my friends, when I shared such kinds of anecdotal accounts, which I quoted from very, very important works of higher artistic quality, like, for example, from Socrates, that famous philosopher who has actually impressed the philosophy of the whole world for more than 2,000 years. The trial of Socrates has actually made most of my audience throughout my teaching career to be affected, to be impacted, to be impressed to the last degree, believe or not. Let us try to a little bit make some investigation, some probe into some of the texts. As I told you, for example, from the trial of Socrates, please be careful trying to unleash some of the philosophical points, some of the artistic points, and of course, some of the points that might have some parallels on a hypertextual basis. On a hypertextual basis. Am I being understood? I hope I am being understood. Well, when my student, first of all, one of my students about 20 years ago came across with such a kind of passage, he told me that this passage totally transformed his life. Well, gentlemen, for the sake of a very small gain in time, you are going to earn the reputation and the blame from those who wish to disparage our city of having Socrates to death. He began to tremble after reading, believe or not believe. I myself also began to tremble after reading this very first sentence from Socrates, from his trial. Well, gentlemen of the jury, for the sake of a very small gain in time, you are going to earn the reputation of having to interrogate myself and then condemn me to death. And of course, you are going to also earn the blame from those who wish to disparage our city. Who wish to disparage our city? Some of the people at that time during which Socrates lived were, of course, becoming very much elated with the condemnation, with the execution of Socrates, because Socrates was countering against such people's interests. So my student, whose name actually I am not going to quote at that time, told me that this text from the trial of Socrates and this very first sentence actually made him very much impressed. Please look at here. Because these kinds of people will say, I am wise even if I am not, after being condemned to death. These people will say, I myself as Socrates, I am wise in spite of the fact that I am not wise. But after I die away from the world, they will develop such a kind of idea. Oh, gentlemen of the jury, if you had waited a little bit, you would, of course, have found your way in the nature. If you have waited, if you had become a little bit patient, you would actually become much more conscious about the state of affairs in which we are now being placed. You would have found your way in the nature. Eşyanın tabiatını o zaman yakalayabilirdiniz in Turkish. You can say that I am at the moment well on in life, but I am near to death. I am near to death. I am saying to all of you, all members of the jury, those who voted for my execution, all members of the jury, I am saying this to all of you who are not only becoming joyful for such a kind of thing to befall me, but also who are going to disparage our city. I have something to sell to them as well. No doubt you think, gentlemen of the jury, I have been condemned. You think that I have been condemned for the lack of arguments. No, that is not the case. Aman ya Rabbi. This is putting you into shivers, actually. Putting you into shivers. Tüylerinizi ürpertecek değerli bir cümle. I have not been condemned for the lack of arguments, which I could have used if I had thought right to leave nothing to be unsaid, which I had thought it right to leave nothing, to leave anything to be said or to be unsaid or to be undone, in order to secure my acquittal, temyize çıkarılma, acquittal, my acquittal. But that is very far from the truth. It is not the lack of arguments that has caused my condemnation. It is really not the lack of arguments which has caused my condemnation, but rather it is the lack of effrontery, alçaklıktan uzak olduğum için, korkaklıktan ötede bir varoluş üzere konumlandığım için. It is not the lack of arguments that has caused my condemnation, but rather the lack of effrontery and of course the lack of impudence, küstahlık in Turkish, the lack of impudence. And the fact that I have refused to address you in the way that would give you most pleasure, all members of the jury. The fact that I have addressed to you in a way that would give you most pleasure, all members of the jury. Kıymetli hocalarım, kıymetli misafirler, sevgili öğrenciler, hakikaten birçok öğrencimi ciddi anlamda heyecansal devingenliğe gark ettiğini itiraf etmek durumundayım. Değiştirelim. Some other passage which has left a great impression upon my mind, and of course upon the minds of most of my students throughout my teaching career, is a paper from Robinson Crusoe, which I, over the past couple of decades, have sometimes quoted, and most of my students always made confessions saying that this passage has made their curiosity to be elevated to the last degree. Their curiosities have been elevated to the last degree in order to be curious about the juxtaposition of the events in the story. Please, most of you are quite well aware of such a character, the character of Robinson Crusoe, who was written by that famous novelist, the famous first novelist of English literature, actually, Daniel Defoe. And from some place, some chapter of the book, I have quoted one day, years ago, to some of my students, some group of my students in one of my lectures, and believe or not believe, 99% of my students became attuned. They became attuned to the ontological layers of the passage. By saying ontological layers, I am trying to make a quotation from that famous Aristotelian word, the ontological layers of any work of art. If you make any kind of investigation into the ontological layers of any work of art, work of philosophy, work of whatsoever you can imagine, you will be captivated. Please look at here. It happened one day, about noon. Going towards my boat, I was exceedingly surprised with the print of a man's naked foot on the shore, which was very plain to be seen, very clear to be seen in the sand. I listened, I looked around me, but I could hear nothing, nor see anything. Most of my students, after 1 or 2 or 3 perusal reading, after 1 or 2 sessions or settings of perusals or readings, they told me that the whole text have been etched into their minds, Zeki abi. Believe or not believe. I listened, I looked around me, but I could hear nothing, nor see anything. I in the least imagine, I went up to the shore and down the shore, but it was all one. It was a single print. I could see no other impression but that one. I went to it to see if there were any more prints, or if it might not be my fancy. But there was no room for that, believe or not believe. There was no room for that, for there was exactly the very print of a foot, the print of a foot, toes, heels, and every part of a foot. How it came there, how it came thither in the Old English there, I knew not. I couldn't knew, nor could it in the least imagine. But after, şuraya dikkat ediniz, after innumerable flattering thoughts, I am trembling. Please look at my hands. After innumerable flattering thoughts, like a man perfectly confused and out of myself, I came home to my fortification, not feeling, as we say, the ground I went on when I saw that print of the foot. Not feeling, as we say, the ground I went on, but terrified to the last degree. Looking behind me at every 2 or 3 steps. Dear Vice Rector, I was looking behind me at every 2 or 3 steps at a distance and mistaking every tree and bush to be a man, Nor is it possible how many various shapes my affrighted imagination represented things to me in that place. This quotation not only put us into shivers, but also, believe or not believe, dear members of the Congress, of the Symposium, this quotation also inculcated a habit of delving into the texts of English. Let us pass on to some other text, if you would like. that famous psychopathological poet in American literature, whom you must have heard about, is also one of the persons or personalities who fundamentally changed the imagination of most of my students throughout their and my, of course, teaching and learning period. Everybody is quite well aware of some of the piece of poetry written by Han duvarları in Turkish literature. Everybody is quite well aware about Han duvarları written by Faruk Nafiz Çamlıbey in Turkish literature. When I myself first of all came across with this kind of quotation, with this kind of passage from the Fall of House of Usher, that famous work written by Edgar Allan Poe, I don't know why, but a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. I don't know why, but a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. A sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. Look, please. In Turkish, first of all, I am going to quote that famous piece of poetry, and then I am going to read this passage. Yağız atlar kişnedi in Turkish, Han duvarları. Yağız atlar kişnedi, meşin kırbaç şakladı. Araba bir dakika yerinde durakladı. Neden sonra sarsıldı altında demir yaylar, gözlerimin önünde geçti kervansaraylar. Gidiyordum gurbeti gönlümde duya duya, ulu kışla yolundan Orta Anadolu'ya. Her tarafta yükseklik, her tarafta ıssızlık, yalnızca arabacının dudağında bir ıslık diye başlayan ve devam eden şiirden birkaç dizeyi size aktardım. Please look at this passage. Look at the first sentence. During the whole of a dull, dark, and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds were hanging oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing along on horseback. I had been passing along on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of a country. Her tarafta yükseklik, her tarafta ıssızlık, yalnızca arabacının dudağında bir ıslık in Turkish literature's famous piece of poem I have quoted a while ago. I am trying to make a reference. And at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within the view of the melancholy house of Usher. Akşam karartısını yavaş yavaş indirdiğinde kendimi buluverdim Usher malikanesinin kara sevdalı manzarasının içerisinde. I know not how it was, but a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. Şuraya bakınız kıymetli misafirler. Dear members of the symposium, please try to focus especially upon some of the sentences, some of the expressions which were quite existentially having some of the effects. A sense of, I know not how it was, but with the first glimpse of the building, a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. A sense of insufferable, dayanılması mümkün olmayan kasvetli bir duygu. A sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. I say insufferable, for the feeling was unrelieved with any of that half pleasurable. Şimdi böyle gidiyor kıymetli hocalarım, sevgili öğrenciler. Böyle mesela bir yerde gene az önce the sternest images, the desolate images of the land which I can compare with no earthly sensation. hiçbir dünyalının duyumsamaya cesaret etmediği denli bir takım imajlar. The sternest, the horrifying, the most horrifying images of the land, of the desolate land, which I can make no comparison with any of the earthly imagination. Kıymetli hocalarım, sevgili öğrenciler, the distinguished members of the symposium, this also has made a great impression upon my mind. You know, with this kind of presentation as a keynote speaker, I am not delivering an informative speech, but most of the keynote speakers in any convention like this one have always delivered some of the anecdotal accounts of their life in order to inculcate some of the awareness, especially in our students. Joseph Conrad, Lord Jim, that famous novelist, who is of Polish origin and who has really been subjected to a large number of special restrictions by the communist regime of Russia, and who has not only been put into some of the exiles, but also were very much exposed to some of the tortures and the tyrannical applications in his lifetime. The commonest sort of fortitude prevents us from becoming criminals in a legal sense. In Lord Jim, before Lord Jim commits suicide, such a kind of manifestation is being made. Dear members of the symposium, before Lord Jim, who is a character of that famous novel written by Joseph Conrad, before he commits suicide, he is making a kind of manifestation like this one. The commonest sort of fortitude prevents us from becoming criminals in a legal sense. İnsanoğlunun ruhunda gizli saklı olan herkesçe bilinen, herkesin ortak malı olarak herkesin sahip olduğu bir metanet ya da sabır duygusu insanoğlunun hemencecik şu ya da bu türden sıkıntılı, problemli, kriminal bir eylem ya da ameli ortaya koymasını engelleyebilir, engeller diyor. Yani bu ve buna benzer tekstlerde we can draw some parallels with our individual cultures, characterized by even our self-referential ontologies, Bir bakınız kıymetli hocalarım, sevgili öğrenciler. It is from weakness unknown, but perhaps suspected, as in some parts of the world, you can suspect a deadly snake in some of the bushes. As in some parts of the world, you suspect a deadly snake in some hidden in some bushes. This is unknown and also hidden. Şurası benim dikkatimi çok çekmişti. More than half a lifetime, we are actually unsafe. Hayatımızın neredeyse yarıdan fazlasında her türlü emniyetten, yani ontolojik emniyetten, we live in almost half of our life, in a period encompassing almost half of our lifetime, we are living a life which is best described as unsafe, ontologically unsafe, epistemically unsafe. So we might not, we have got in our hands, we have got no initiative to take it for granted any kind of ontological security. The ontological security can only be provided by God. This is the manifestation that I feel myself obliged to make. Could you please change? Most of our academics who are delving into some of the post-colonial texts, most of our academics who are delving into the post-colonial texts have been well aware of some of the texts. Like, for example, this one, which I have quoted from A Passage to India. Let me, in 1 or 2 minutes, quote this text to you and then finish, because we have got some other friends. I should be quite careful not to take their times, not to unlawfully grab their times. Unlawfully grabbing times is unlawful and sinful. Bu da beni çok etkilemişti. Birçok öğrencimi de etkilemişti. Niye ben de bilmiyorum. Belki de metropolitan şehir hayatı ya da 21. yüzyılın o sıkıntılı epistemolojileri ya da ontolojilerin kara bağrında çok sıkıştık Zeki Hocam. Most of life is so dull that there is nothing to be said about it. And even books and the talk that would describe it as interesting are obliged to exaggerate in the hope of justifying their own existences. O kadar etkilemişti ki kıymetli hocalar. Inside its cocoon of work and social obligation, human spirit slumbers, registering the distinction between pleasure and pain. Human spirit slumbers, uyukluyor sürekli insanoğlunun ruhu. For the most part, registering the distinction between the pleasure and pain. Hepimiz buna şahit olmuşuz değil mi? Bakınız. But not nearly as alert as we pretend. Ben biliyorum. Ayıp ettiniz. Bunu biliyorum. I am alerted. I am fully conscious now. In spite of the fact that we sometimes say, I am fully conscious, we are insincere. We are not sincere. Şuraya bakınız. There are periods in the most thrilling day. There are periods in our lives in the most thrilling day during which nothing happens. And though we continue to exclaim, though we continue to say that I do enjoy myself, we actually are insincere. We are insincere. We are not sincere. As far as anything, it is enjoyment, horror. It is no more than really, and a perfectly adjusted organism would be silent. Kıymetli hocalarım, the distinguished members of the symposium, actually it is more than symposium, it is a congress. The distinguished members of the symposium, I should thank you. My special thanks will, of course, go to the distinguished members of the Congress, all of them. Thanks a lot for listening, for becoming so alert to my presentation.
Now, before starting the first session, I want to invite Mrs. Gül to present the gifts, the plaques of the member of the symposium. And now, Eiden Hocam, I invite you. Yes, now we are starting the first session. I invite Professor Dr. Gülşen Toros'ta to start.
Dear guests, dear Dean of Tourism Faculty Elvan Ocak Hoca, participants, colleagues, students, you are all welcome to International Symposium on Literature, Culture and Language, organized by Yüzüncü University and Department of English Language and Literature and School of Foreign Languages. We are on the second day of the symposium. I'm starting first session of the symposium, first session of the second day. First presentation is that of PhD student lecturer Mehmet Aslan. His presentation title is Vocabulary Teaching with Internet-Based Applications. His study is related to language teaching. You can start, please.
Thank you very much. Dear professors and participants and dear students, you are all welcome to my presentation. I know that it is really difficult for me to present after Mehmet Şirin Hoca, who is also an actor, but I hope that you will take pleasure to my presentation, which is named as Vocabulary Teaching with Internet-Based Applications. Since it is a currently popular topic, that's why I think you will like it. For those who do not know me, I want to introduce myself first. I'm a lecturer at the School of Foreign Languages in Yüzüncü University, and today I'm going to focus on vocabulary teaching. Firstly, I will discuss the definition of vocabulary, and then importance of vocabulary in language learning. After that, I will talk about the historical development of vocabulary teaching. Then I will talk about the relation between technology and vocabulary. Finally, I will discuss an application, word wall. Maybe some of you already know it, but my students, I think, they know about it. Okay, what's vocabulary? I'd say most of you know the answer, and you think that it is the words in a language. Yes, it is true. It is true, but again, there are lots of different definitions. I put some of them here. For example, Newman and Dwyer defines vocabulary as words we must know to communicate effectively. And again, in Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary of Current English, Hornby defines vocabulary as all the words that a person knows or uses, all the words in particular language, the words that people use when they are talking about a particular subject, a list of words with their meaning. Those definitions are close to each other, but Earl focuses on a different point, and he focuses on the difference between the word and vocabulary. He states that vocabulary can be defined roughly as the words we teach in the foreign language. However, a new item of vocabulary may be more than just a single word. He wants to focus that vocabulary and word are different things. They are not the same things. I will focus on the difference. For example, post office or mother-in-law, which are made up of 2 or 3 words but express a single idea. They are vocabulary, but they are not word. What's the difference between them? Okay, in language, rather than individual units, which we can call as word, there are also idioms, you know, they are longer than word, and phrasal verbs, which are generally 2 words that define a single meaning. So here, there are 2 points. The first one is single unit, the other is single meaning. Let's look at those examples. Die, pass away, and bite the dust. I think most of you know their meaning, and they are synonym of each other, but they are not word. Die is a word, but pass away is not a word. It is a vocabulary. Or bite the dust is an idiom, but it is not a word. So when we think about word, it is very restricted, in fact, to define vocabularies in a language. That's why linguists coined a new term, which is called lexical item. And in fact, generally, lexical item is used to define vocabularies in language learning. What is it? It means an item that functions as a single meaning unit, regardless of the number of words it contains. It may be more than 1 word, 2, 3, or longer. You know, there are some chunks, but we use lexical item to define vocabularies in a language. Okay, also, researchers suggest that to teach lexical items as if they're just one single word is quite important. For example, while we are teaching nice to meet you, you know, we don't divide it into the words. We don't say nice means blah blah or meet means blah blah. We just teach it as if it is just one single word. That is quite, in fact, important and the advised technique. Importance of vocabulary in language learning. Vocabulary is the core of the language, and we can say it is the essential component of the language. Without vocabulary, we cannot express ourselves. We cannot understand someone. Yeah, that's why we can say it is the base of 4 skill. Vocabulary is the base of 4 skill. When grammar was a teaching point, when grammar was quite popular, Wilkins stated that to show the significance of vocabulary, he said that without grammar, little can be conveyed, but without vocabulary, nothing can be conveyed. So we can say that language learning starts with vocabulary learning. Okay. Also, Stephen Krushen, who is quite popular in language teaching, he stated that a large vocabulary is, of course, essential for mastery of a language. Second language acquirers, they know this, they carry dictionaries with them, not grammar books, and regularly report that lack of vocabulary is a major problem. So today maybe you don't carry physical dictionaries, but you all have dictionaries, online dictionaries on your mobile devices. So how to teach vocabulary? You know, from when we look at the history of vocabulary teaching, many techniques or strategies have been used and changed. Of course, nobody can say that there is a very important and there is just one correct way of vocabulary teaching. This is not true. But there are some vocabulary teaching techniques which are evolved as new teaching methods are used. When grammar translation method was popular, students generally learn vocabulary by memorizing, and vocabularies were taught with their definitions or with their translations or with their synonyms and antonyms. Later, communicative language teaching communicative approach became the teaching model. This time, vocabulary teaching was done in context, and I think since most of our friends know English, you know what's the context. It is taught with context. Sometimes flashcards are used, and pictures are used to teach vocabulary. And in 1990s, when computers were started to be used in classroom, and computer-assisted language learning was the teaching method. This time, vocabulary was taught via computer games or drills or with listening and speaking and writing activities. And today, in the modern era, mobile-assisted language learning is popular. Mobile, when we talk about the mobile, it means mobile devices like smartphones, tablets, or laptops. And those are popular in language teaching. But we know there are some instructors who are against of usage of mobile devices in the classrooms because they are destructive, or students, as soon as they find a time, they start to play games or enter the social media. That's why teachers or researchers, they don't advise to use mobile devices in language learning. But we know that there are thousands of applications on those mobile devices with which you can learn vocabulary. Okay, when we focus on the relation between technology and vocabulary, as I said, since instructor think that it is destructive, in most countries they are still not used in the classroom, but in a very close future, mobile devices are going to be the teaching method. You know, in our country, in 2015, our government delivered tablets to students. Yeah, and they, in fact, later changed their idea. But even if it is destructive, we know that it is quite supportive to language learning. Mobile devices are quite supportive in language learning. But we are still not sure about how to use those modern technological devices. So Mishra and Köhler, they state that merely knowing how to use technology is not the same as knowing how to teach with it. Knowing about the technology, having more than one mobile devices, doesn't mean you can use it as you want while you are teaching. There are some other framework like TPEC or Summer Model for using technological devices in language learning. I did a research with my student, and some of them are here, for 1 month, and I prepared 4-week activities via an application. I will say what it is. I tried to learn their ideas about the usage of internet-based application in EFL context. We use WordWalls, which is a free application and quite simple application. And you as instructor or students, you can create your own activities, or you can improve your vocabulary knowledge via already existed activities. So for 1 month, I prepared 4 different activities which are quite enjoyable, and I share them with my students. They answer those questions. There was no time or place limitation. They did it at home or when they are somewhere else. After 1 week, we discussed the answers in the classroom. And after 1 month, I asked them their ideas about this application and in general, internet-based applications. And I shared a structured interview form with them, which include 3 questions. I asked them, what are the benefits of internet-based applications in foreign language vocabulary learning compared to traditional vocabulary teaching methods? The other question was, what is your opinion on the usefulness of mobile devices and applications in foreign language vocabulary learning? And finally, I asked them, what are your views on vocabulary learning with word wall activities? I'm not going to discuss all of them one by one, but when I analyze their answers, I just get 5 main topics. The first one, nearly all of my students, they express that traditional vocabulary learning activities are boring, whereas internet-based activities are entertaining. Another one, internet-based applications are also fun and educative because they are based on visual and audio elements. You know, there are different type of learners, and Mayer says that we generally learn better via visual or audio products. And it is also repeatable. What it means, the activity is always there, and whenever they want, they go that website or that application and they can repeat it again for more than 2 times, 3 times. If they don't understand it, they can repeat it for many times. But you know, traditional teaching, lecturing is not such a thing. And ubiquitous learning, which means learning can happen anywhere and anytime without time and place limitation. It is very popular today, again, ubiquitous learning. So my students, they said that whether they're at home or in a bus or at the hospital, they can just open their mobile phone and they can learn via those applications. Yeah, I'm just finishing. And finally, autonomous learning, which means you can learn on your own. You don't need a teacher anymore. You know, again, today, there is a popular trend, classroom without walls. On your own, via those mobile applications, we or learners can learn anything they want. And here are some comments of my students. If we have time, I can read them, but no. Okay, I put them here. And again, I'm saying thank you to those students who are here, who did this study with me. And I will finish my presentation. I already finished it, just there are comments of my students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there any question? This is a useful study in increasing vocabulary.
Okay, thank you very much for listening.
The second presenter is Dr. Lecturer Esra Ocak. Her presentation has a long title, Translators' Decisions Based on Vinay and Darwin-Ness Translation Strategies, a case study on Ernest Hemingway's The Sun Also Rises.
Dear professors, participants, and our students, My name is Esra Solocak. I have been working in this university as an English instructor since 2009. And I got my PhD in Gazi University, English Translation and Interpreting. Today I am going to present about my department. The title is Translators' Decisions Based on Vinay and Debelne's Translation Strategies, a case study on Ernest Hemingway's The Sun Also Rises. I know that it's a bit different from English language and literature. However, it's indirectly related to English language, and of course, English literature. Okay. This study aims to investigate translators' decisions in the light of Vinay and Debelne's translation strategies via a comparative analysis on the Turkish translations of Ernest Hemingway's novel, The Sun Also Rises. In translation studies, there are a lot of strategies and procedures for translators to overcome some kinds of problems related to language or culture during the translation process. So Vinay and Debelne's procedure is one of them. This study also aims to evaluate the differences between two target texts of the same source text made by different translators in the same period, 1982 and 1986. There are some terms related to translation studies. I'm going to explain these abbreviations. SL refers to source language, and it means language being translated from. And TL refers to target language, and it means the language being translated into. SD refers to source text, a text written in a given source language, which is to be translated into another language. Target text, a translated text written in the intended target language. In this study, target language is target language is Turkish, and source language is English. The Sun Also Rises is Hemingway's first major novel published in 1926. Although the novel is fiction, it involves some autobiographical features from Hemingway's own life. It portrays American and British expatriates who traveled from Paris to Spain. It dramatizes and transforms a real trip that Hemingway and his wife made to Spain with their friends. In this context, the characters in the novel are based on real people in Hemingway's circle. Up to date, The Sun Also Rises was translated into Turkish 6 times, from 1952 to 2021. When we look at the titles of the novel, we see that there are some differences. For example, Güneşte Doğar is preferred by Ofluoğlu, Fişek, and Körpe, but the others preferred Güneş Yine Doğar by Demir or Güneş Gene Doğar by Gültekin. The scope of this study consists of 2 target texts, as I mentioned before, of The Sun Also Rises, translated into Turkish in 1982 and 1986, in order to highlight the remarkable differences, even though the target texts belong to the same period. I am going to explain this model. Vinay and Debelne's model they carried out in 1958 a comparative stylistic analysis of French and English because they are French scholars in translation studies. They examined the source text and target text, noting the linguistic changes in translation and identifying different translation strategies. There are 2 general strategies in this method: direct translation and oblique translation. What is direct translation? Direct translation, we can call it literal translation. Oblique translation is also known as free translation. So if the translator keeps the original in their and preserve the original features, characteristics of the original language in the target text, we can call it direct translation. However, if the translator feels the needs to change the linguistic structure, stylistic, syntactic structures of the original because of the cross-cultural differences, we call it oblique translation. And in each strategy, there are some sub-procedures. In direct translation, there are 3 different procedures. I am going to explain it, then I will give some examples about each of them. Borrowing refers to source language word where is transferred directly to the target language in order to fill a semantic gap in the target language. Call, it's a spatial kind of borrowing where each of the elements of the source language or expression is transferred literally. For example, hani, bal, moon, ayı, balayı. So, the structural elements are kept in the translation. Weekend, hafta, sonu, science, fiction, bilim, kurgu. And third type of procedure for direct translation is word-for-word translation or literal translation. It refers to the direct transfer of the source language word into idiomatically and grammatically appropriate target language text. It is the most common procedure used between 2 languages, especially from the same family and same culture. Translator, according to researchers, translators should do their best in order to keep the original elements in the target language. However, because of some cultural differences, it might be necessary. Then translators should use oblique translation procedures to convey the same message to the target language. Now, there are 4 different procedures for oblique translation. And there are 4 different procedures for oblique translation. First one is transposition. What is transposition? It is a change of one part of speech for another without changing the sense. Here the sense refers to meaning. For example, there is a verb in original language, but translator converts it into noun form of it. Or it might be adverb into noun. Modulation changes the semantics and point of view of the source language. For example, there is an active sentence in English, translator changes into passive. Or he can change the terms, we call it reversal of terms. Or there is a negative structure in the original sentence, it turns into positive in the target language. We call it negation of opposite. Equivalence refers to cases where languages describe the same situation. Different stylistic structure means particularly useful in translating idioms and proverbs. Idioms and proverbs are culture-specific items, so it is really difficult for a translator to keep the stylistic features of the original. But the sense is important here. The meaning should be transferred to the target language. And the last procedure of oblique translation, it is adaptation. It involves changing the cultural reference when a situation does not exist in the culture, target culture. Again, because of cross-cultural differences, we may not have the exact equivalence in the target language, so the translator is free to change the cultural reference. Okay, I am going to give 2 examples for each procedures identified in the 2 Turkish translations of Sanoz Arises. Spider Kelly. It is directly translated to the target language, as you see, Spider Kelly. And the second example, we are going to Festa. The English fiesta is the most common word used in Sanoz Arises. However, the author used a different obscure term, festa. There is no word, such a word in English language, but author uses this word in order for the meaning of cheer up. And when we look at the translator, first translator, festalayacağız. Again, we don't have such a word in Turkish. However, translator prefers to transfer directly to the target language, so they are the examples for borrowing. The second procedure for direct translation of calque. Calque, as I mentioned, it is a kind of special kind of borrowing. Still keeps in this type. Still, the original expression is kept in stylistic and meaning side. An abnormal life and spider Kelly. Anormal bir yaşam and örümcek adam. Each word is literally translated, preserving the syntactic structure. Literal translation. In literal translation, translator directly transfers the source expressions into target text, considering the syntactic, lexical, grammatical, morphological characteristics of the target language. As you see in the examples, the nights were cold, the days were hot. Geceler soğuk, gündüzler sıcaktı. Pretty nice stuffed dogs. Güzel doldurulmuş köpekler. And this is the first procedure of oblique translation. Literary people. Here in translation, the part of speech is changed by the translator. Literary people.
You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, thank you. Literary is an adjective, but when we look at the translated text, edebiyat çevresi, edebiyat is a noun. Cool, an adjective, serinledi is a verb. And modulation. Forceful. The adjective forceful has been rendered into Turkish as becerikliydi. So, çok zengin olacak or dehşet bir asker. We don't have hell in Turkish culture, so the translator changes freely. Okay, these are the findings of my data analysis. We see that the graph illustrates that direct translation has been applied to the target text with a weight of 32. On the other hand, oblique translation has been applied to the target text with a rate of 68%. Okay, here we understand that both translators tend to translate their target text through target text-oriented approach. They care about target readers' preferences. And here, although the distribution of the procedures between two target texts is close to each other, the rate of common procedures shared by both translators in the same data is very low because they differ in translating out the same data. As we see from our experiences, from our examples, if one translator preferences is modulation, the other is equivalence. If one prefers calque, the other prefers borrowing. So with the rate of 83%, they differ in their preferences. And conclusion, in this study, it has been observed that the translator's tendency during translation process is target reader oriented. This study also concluded that even though the target texts belong to the same time period, the differences are undeniable. These are suggestions. Further analysis of the target text translated in different years paves the way to evaluate the diversity of translators' decisions. And I want to conclude my presentation with a quote from Umberto Eco. Translation is the art of failure. It is almost impossible for a translator to keep the stylistic, syntactic features and the meaning at the same time. Either translators sacrifice the meaning and keep the stylistic features of the original, or keep the meaning and sacrifice the other. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your effort. And now, third presentation. PhD student, lecturer Ela Ocak Yeltekin and Associate Professor Dr. Eiden Gurmes have prepared this third presentation. Its title is Analysis of East and West in Orhan Pamuk's White Castle using Levi-Strauss method of binary oppositions.
Dear professors, dear candidates, and dear students. I respectfully greet you all. I'm very excited because of I went back 20 years. I will speak in front of my professors once again. My subject, my presentation is about the analysis of East and West in Orhan Pamuk's White Castle using Levi-Strauss method of binary opposition. My research aim is to explore how Orhan Pamuk examines the differences as well as the similarities of the binaries in White Castle using Levi-Strauss method of binary oppositions. To touch upon universal and historical issues, especially a synthesis of East and West, conveying two similar characters in two opposite cultures along with other oppositions between the characters. What is binary opposition? It is the concept of structuralism, and also it's one of the major concepts of structuralism, which sees distinctions as the basis of all language and thought. Levi-Strauss classifies human mind through binary opposition, the opposition between two opposite things. Levi-Strauss had identified that binary oppositions are pairs of related terms or concepts that are opposite in meaning. Binary opposition is seen as a fundamental organizer of human philosophy, culture, and language. For him, good is favored over evil, up is favored more than down, and cooked is favored more than raw. Levi-Strauss proposed the theory of binary opposites in 1900s, and Strauss came across this theory with researching the myths. For him, the myths are the very important concept also in the structuralism. Binary oppositions are the backbone of any language, culture, and philosophy. These are quite frequently used in films. For example, good and evil, human and supernatural, rich and poor, etc. And these binary opposites create balance in the world. Binary opposite concepts have existed since the first day of the world was created. In Islam, the concepts like hell and heaven, angel and devil, halal and haram are the examples of binary opposites. From Western perspectives, there is a concept of absence and presence. According to Levi-Strauss, the people in the world think in terms of binary opposites, and also, as all of us, that there's a famous concept like yin and yang, and also another concept, men and women is also another terms of binary opposites. The world moves based on differentiation, that is, the classification made based on good, bad, life, death, real and unreal, rich, poor, man and woman. In this concept, yin and yang, in Chinese philosophy, we can see, and it's famous concept, and also male and female in biology. The structuralist theory indicates that our understanding of certain words depends on the difference between the word and its opposite rather than the meaning they contain. The book is Orhan Pamuk's novel, White Castle, and as all we know that Orhan Pamuk is one of the famous Turkish novelists, and he is best known with his works on Turkish history and identity. He also teaches on comparative literature and writing at Columbia University. He is one of the famous writers for his novels advocating the synthesis of East and West. His brilliance in writing fiction paves the way for his worldwide recognition. All of Pamuk's work have been translated into more than 50 languages, and he has won major international awards like the Nobel Prize for Literature in 2006. White Castle, we have two protagonists. One of them is a Venetian slave, and the other is the Turkish or Muslim Hoxha. A Venetian slave who was imprisoned by Turkish pirates in the 17th century and believed he could understand astronomy, physics, and paintings. And the Turkish master that we call the Hoxha, who shares the same interest and wants to learn Western science. The book set in the 17th century, and Orhan Pamuk in Istanbul, and Orhan Pamuk's in 1985 novel, The White Castle, is a tale about an Ottoman scholar and his captured Venetian slave. In a tale in which each figure mistrusts and simultaneously learns from the other, the novel blends the two identities, that of the Turk and the Christian, master and slave, teacher and pupil, East and West also. And this book represents some of the most common issues the novelist focuses on, such as the East-West binary, questions of cultural identity and differences, and possibilities of local and global coexistence. Pamuk mentioned the relationship between civilized Western and underdeveloped Eastern cultures in this novel, as he expressed in many times in all of the other books, of his other books. It is possible to see various examples of binary oppositions like that, civilized and undeveloped. Dealing with the interaction between Ottoman Empire and Europe is another example of binaries in the novel White Castle. The two protagonists reflect the Ottoman master and the Italian slave. In this book, Pamuk fictionalizes the protagonist in the novel on contrast and dualities such as Easterner and Westerner, and the slave and owner. The main purpose of the novelist use of these two different characters to show the difference between East and West in one way or in another. The East is full of traditions and customs, while the West is of science, experiments, and development. The White Castle is a good example because it makes visible how intricately intertwined the concepts of East and West are.
Your final 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. The White Castle is full of parts in which he and the other change places or are treated as one. For example, now I am like you, he said. I know you fear. I have become you. At the end of the story, the White Castle, it is clear that the Venetians felt happy in the East and the Hoxha was more successful in the West. In conclusion, I would like to say that according to Levi Strauss, the world moves to differences such as good, bad, life, death, black, white, men and women, real or unreal, or so on. And Pamuk, in his many books and also in White Castle, has also expressed these differences in his work with the Levi Strauss method by showing these differences with binary oppositions such as East and West, slave master, civilized, undeveloped, and likewise. Thank you for your all attention.
Thank you very much. Ideal time use. The fourth study title is Xenophobia. In Alman Ekmeği, in English, German Bread, by Becky Wilders, and Oturma İzni, in English, by Yüksel Pazarkaya, prepared by lecturer Cihat Öztay and Associate Professor Dr. Gülşen Tozdağ.
Bunu kullanmak istiyorum. Good morning, respected professors, distinguished guests, and my dear students. Welcome to my presentation, which is on xenophobia. I prepared this study with my dear supervisor, Ms. Gülşen. Thank you to her. Thanks to her for her contributions. The name of the topic of this study is Xenophobia in Alman Ekmeği by Becky Wilders and Oturma izni by Yüksel Pazarkaya. Becky Wilders and Yüksel Pazarkaya are the representatives of Turkish German literature, and also we can say they are the representatives of first generation Turkish German literature, which started after the immigration agreement between Turkey and Germany after World War II. I will talk about all these things. Okay. Turkish German literature is a kind of immigration literature. That's why I want to talk about immigration first of all. Immigration is defined as a movement towards another country to live in. It's a phenomenon created by lack of sufficient opportunities in home country. When the opportunities is not sufficient in a country, people are likely to immigrate to other countries. Naturally, immigration affects both immigrants and societies, especially the host society. The natives are also affected by the immigration process because they need to share their resources with newcomers, and it is sometimes it's not okay for the natives. It's a difficult process that brings lots of troubles because the immigrants are starting to live in a different country, in a different culture, and it's also difficult to welcome people from other countries for natives. Sorry. Okay. There are some reasons for immigrations. There are lots of reasons, but some of them, the most significant reasons are wars, disasters, plagues, economic depressions, obsessive regimes, search for a better life, search for better educational options, family reunification. These are some of the reasons for immigration. There are two types of immigration, irregular and regular immigration. Irregular immigration is the illegal dimension of migration movements. It's like entering a country undocumented, without permission, or not leaving the country within the permit period. This is illegal, irregular immigration. Regular immigration happens especially by the agreements, bilateral agreements concluded between two countries. Bilateral agreements generally aim to meet the labor force demands of developed or developing countries, or they regulate natural influxes of immigrants caused by civil wars or disasters. After the civil wars or disasters, it's natural to, for the people of that country to immigrate to other countries, and to regulate this, it shouldn't be in a, it shouldn't be like as a mass immigration. That's why the countries sign bilateral agreements. I have to talk about post-war Europe because Turkish German literature started after World War II
After World War II, with a massive death of their citizens, European countries suffered from a shortage of workforce. So they found the solution in inviting labor force, inviting workers from other countries in Europe and out of Europe, just like Turkey. And the German adventure of Turkish workers became reality with an agreement signed between Turkey and Germany in 1961. After that agreement, Turkish workers built a new life in Germany in every respect. They also began dealing with art and literature, and the Turkish-German literature arose. We should classify Turkish-German literature as first, second, and third generation, because first, second, and third generations, because first generation, the members of first generation were born in Turkey, grew up in Turkey, but they immigrated to Germany. But the second generation was born in Germany, grew up in Germany, but they were under the effect of Turkish identity. They had Turkish identities. But third generation were totally different than first and second generation members, because they were educated, they grew up under the heavy effect of German culture. So the issues they touched on in their works are completely different from each other. Our writers, Becky Wilders and Yüksel Pazarkaya, are the members of first generation Turkish immigrants. That's why we should focus on first generation. Becky Wilders, Yüksel Pazarkaya, and Fethi Savaşçı are the most significant representatives of first generation writers, and they touched on especially they touched on the troubles migrant workers had in Germany, such as tough working conditions, language barrier, feeling of exclusion from society, homesickness, and xenophobia. Becky Wilders was born in 1933 in Şanlıurfa. After working as a typesetting operator in Istanbul, he migrated to Germany as a worker. He worked in Germany until 1966. Then he came back to Turkey. Yüksel Pazarkaya moved to Germany as a university student. He was not a migrant worker. He was a university student in Germany. He studied chemical engineering, and after he graduated from the university, he delivered lectures at the same university. He directed the daily Turkish radio broadcasts in Cologne. He established the first Turkish theater in Germany. He was very important. He was a very important person in Turkish-German literature. Today, our subject is xenophobia. Xenophobia is usually described as fear or hatred towards foreigners. The hatred to foreigners. That's a phenomenon that can be encountered in every society, in every country. When people assume their identities are superior to others, xenophobia starts there. The differences in race, religion, and culture are the factors that trigger xenophobia. When people attribute, I think I need some water.
Your final 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Only okay. Okay. When people attribute a privilege to their ethnic, national, and religious identities, xenophobic attitudes become inevitable, and xenophobia is really dangerous because it can lead to discrimination and racism. Okay, immigrant communities are likely to to be exposed to xenophobia because they are foreigners in that country. Their numbers are few, and Turkish immigrants in Germany also faced xenophobic attitudes, and Turkish immigrant writers mentioned this issue in their works naturally. First of all, Becky Wilders' Alman Ekmeği is a compilation of short stories by Becky Wilders. In that book, Becky Wilders, the writer, is the narrator himself. He narrates his own experiences. In a short story, he visits his friend Müller's house, and at that time his friend is not at home. His friend's wife Renata opens the door, but she does not greet him. She goes back to the living room and continues watching TV because the guest is a foreigner. He's a Turkish guy, so it can be said that this attitude is a xenophobic attitude, and she doesn't look at the writer. This also has a xenophobic background. In the same story, Renata washes the gifts the writer brings for the children. The writer brings some clothes for the kids, but their mother washes the clothes. So this is really offending for the writer. And I think this is also a xenophobic thought and attitude. In Yüksel Pazarkaya's Oturma İzni, it's also a compilation of a short story. It's also a compilation of short stories. In one of his short stories, he tells about a villager, a German villager, Karl Bauer. Karl Bauer is not like other German people. He has come from the village to the city, and he is not hostile. He is humane and friendly towards Turkish immigrants. And he says in this story, foreigner workers are in a bad state. People say this is Italian, this is Turk. They label one of them as pasta, the other one cumin. They are flouting. It's as if they are superior. He, as a German citizen, thinks German people have xenophobic thoughts towards foreigners, especially Turkish people. And in another short story, İki Sığınık, two women, mother of late sons, comes to Germany at the same plane, and they are investigated, they are questioned by the customs officers. One of the women is the mother of a late soldier, and the other woman is the mother of a late member of a terrorist organization. Their sons both died in the conflict between the state and the terrorist organization. But German customs officers asks similar offending questions to both of them, and they become regretful for coming Germany. They want to go back to Turkey. The questions are like, why have you come to Germany? Do you have anyone here? Do you intend to work here? Were you arrested in your country? Have you been tortured? And other women...
Someone, please.
Only 1 minute, please. Other woman, who is the mother of a soldier, had a headscarf, and the customs officers didn't think she was a tourist. They thought she was an immigrant and she intended to stay in Germany. But actually, the woman came to Germany just to visit her daughter and her groom in order to get rid of the sadness of losing her son. So, but the customs officers doesn't think so, because they have xenophobic thoughts in their minds. They didn't see a woman with a head scarf coming along to Germany as a tourist. That is why they ask very offending questions to that woman, like, do you plan to work in Germany? Are you going to see doctors here? Do you have any disorders? They ask again and again. And this woman is also disturbed by these questions. These are the examples of xenophobia in Alman Ekmeği by Becky Wilders and Oturma İzni by Yüksel Pazarkaya. As a conclusion, I want to say that the reflection of xenophobia that Turkish workers and their families faced in Germany is clearly seen in the most significant works of Turkish German literature, such as Alman Ekmeği and Oturma İzni. Thank you for listening. That's it.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry for exceeding my time.
The fifth presenter is lecturer Murat Halkan. His presentation title is The Role of Racial Approach of Theosophy in the Birth of Nazism.
Dear distinguished professors and students, welcome here. I'm really honored to stand here, to be here with you. And I've been working at the School of Foreign Languages almost 13 years. And my topic is today the role of racial approach of theosophy in the birth of Nazism. So you see some symbols, and they are really similar to each other. And let's start with the first page of my presentation. And theosophy is a doctrine, discipline, and philosophy started, and it was initiated, the modern theosophy was initiated by Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a Russian immigrant in the late 19th century. And she was a healer in local Russia, and she was a Russian magician, an occult person. But her local fame became really famous after she started to travel to different parts of the world, like Egypt, India, Thailand, Indonesia. So she traveled such places to collect ancient sacred texts, maybe to get better in her profession. So you can ask, what is the relationship between such a very primitive idea with the ideology of Nazism? So we will start to discuss this. And in her book Key to Theosophy, the aim of theosophy is to investigate the sciences, religions, and the psychic things and paranormal things with the works of ancient sacred books. It became really popular after she traveled to United States, and her world fame was started to be known by many people, especially intellectuals and even bureaucrats. Ernest Hemingway, for example, as a literary man, and Eisenhower, the United States president after the Second World War, and William Blake, a romantic poet in English literature. They were some examples of theosophy society. And Blavatsky, it was not just an occult collection of the things collected in her Key to Theosophy. It also included racial approach. And in that racial approach, she gave an attention to the human and human-like races which dominated the earth before the emergence of human beings. And this racial approach suggests that we had 4 different races of humanity, and they were human or human-like species or creatures. And the last stage, and the four races gave birth to 7 offsprings. And the last stage was the best stage of human generation, and coming from Atlantic race. And Atlantic, so it is not an ocean in the past, and today still there are believers. An Atlantean region was a mythological island and a part in the world where really powerful, not inferior, who exceeded today's human powers, and they lived in that island. And the last stage was not inferiors. They had better innovations, better creative and productive powers, who dominated the world. It is just a mythological idea, but it was really liked by the Nazi intellectuals. Here, so what is the transition between Theosophy to Nazism? Guido von List, he was an historian, writer, and the father of the concept of superior race. He was also a member of Theosophy Society, and he really liked the idea of superior race idea. That's why he started to educate some students in his school, and one of them was Rudolf von Sabbatendorf. He was seen as the father of Nazi ideology. He was also a kind of occult leader and the baron of Adolf Hitler. And Joseph Lanz also was another one, one of the other occultic leaders. And you see now the Thule society. It is very important to see this society in the birth of this idea. And it was founded 1918 at the Vier Jahreszeiten Hotel by Rudolf von Sabbatendorf, whom all Nazis saw as their spiritual father and head teacher. The society was made up with, and it included intellectuals, professors, literary men, and wealthy people. But they needed an ordinary person. They didn't want to get a leader from their own society. And and German Order was a previous society. It was founded in 1912. It was another step to systematize and bring Nazi ideology to the world. And members were chosen accordingly and to their feet size, and they should come from German ethnic root. And Sabbatendorf was the head of the society, assigned Dietrich Eckart. And Dietrich Eckart was a poet, and he was supposed to find a figure, a leader to new regime. And they assassinated the Jewish president, prime minister of Germany, Kurt Eisner. The society assassinated the Jewish because they were anti-Semite and they were anti-Semitist. But as I said, the leader should be from an ordinary society. He or she should be an ordinary man. And the person should be that person. The Führer should be loyal to the values of the party, fanatic, good in rhetoric. And Adolf Hitler was giving speeches to small groups of people in pubs in Munich. And Eckart detected him and got him and started to fund him. And then he was educated by the intellectuals of the society. and we all see the Hollywood films that the ideology started just by a person whom we see having great speeches and inspiring great numbers, but in fact the idea had symbolism, occultism, and psychic teachings and practices.
Your final 5 minutes.
Thank you. And here you see the Nordic runes. Now I'm going to give some examples or the similarities between ancient Nordic nations and the modern Nazi Germany. Here, Nordic runes. What is runes? Runes is the transcription or alphabet used by the Norse societies in the 1st and the 2nd century. And this is the Armenian runics. It was systematized by Guido von List, and he thought that these runics have powers, have some mystic powers on the nations. That's why here you see, and these very similar runics were used in Nazi military forces, in land forces, navy, in special units, and also in some cathedrals to have pagan practices. So because they believe that using the runics would give them power, strength, and world dominion. And swastika, you know, swastika is the symbol on Nazi flags and banners. But what is the meaning of that? It was used in Indian region and in the Chinese region of the world, but it was also seen in North Europe and also in Scandinavian region today. And after the archaeological explorations and discoveries of swastika in North Europe, they wanted to use it as their symbol of superiority and race identity. And Hakenkreuz is the original German name for it, and hooked cross. And it was first used in 1920. Here, for example, you see in Denmark, on a cave you see the swastika symbol, on a wall in a cage in Denmark in the 5th century. And again in Denmark, in the 9th century in Denmark, again the same symbol. And even in Britain, an Anglo-Saxon period, so I think there is, okay. And in Norfolk, in Anglo-Saxon period of Britain, the same symbol can be seen here. It is really visible on a kind of bowl. That's all, and I really appreciate and I'm really honored to see you all here, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The 6th speaker is lecturer His study title is Chinese American Identity, reflected on Yingos in Emittance, the 100 Secret Senses.
Hello everyone, have a good day, and my dear professors, my dear teachers, my dear professor, and dear students, thank you all for coming, and thanks for your patience until this hour, and I will make it brief. My article is about Chinese American identity reflected on Yingos in Emittance, the 100 Secret Senses, and not to make wait longer. Briefly, Emittance is a Chinese American author. She was born in California in 1952. However, her parents moved to America just 2 years before her birth, and her mother specifically left 3 of her children in China due to oppression of communism. And Emittance's real-life experiences are also reflected on her narrative style and characters. The author makes use of mother-daughter relations since she lost her father when she was young, and she carried on her education in Europe. Therefore, her mother-daughter relations are reflected in her novels. And Chinese-American identity elements in her novels by means of various techniques such as flashbacks, meta-narrative, and mystical elements. She reflects her Chinese-American elements by means of using flashbacks and mystical elements. The 100 Secret Senses is a story of two girls. One is from China, a half-sister of Olivia Yi Bishop, our main narrator and the main character. Kuan is a Chinese half-sister. She also, Emitan also has 3 of them, but she never saw them in her life. So that is, the plot is just a reflection of her real life. In terms of genre, The 100 Secret Senses is a refined version of migration fiction, a contemporary literature genre. Migration fiction makes use of past experiences of immigrant characters in a problematic way. In this sense, in this novel, the Kuan, who is the immigrant one, is just have some superficial characteristics that reflects her Chinese background. In the plot, there is 2 sisters, a half-sister, and their father is dying in 2 or 3 years in his bed, in his dying bed. The first ghost seeing becomes real. The father's previous wife comes to them and just make her final wish that it is to find the Kuan. And in the novel, the daughter and her mother finds Kuan in China. They brought her to America. Like in her own life, there is problems of language, communication. And also Kuan has a specialty. Kuan believes that she can see and talk to ghosts from yin world. As we all know, yin and yang is Chinese archetypal psychology. And this is also, Kuan believes that she can talk to those ghosts, and Olivia and Kuan always talks about this yin world. The yin world of Kuan represents an archetypal animus, and according to Jung, animus is the unconscious masculine side of a woman. Animus and anima are Jungian archetypal elements. And Kuan uses her ghost to resolve her real life problems, because if there is any problem about Olivia in the novel, Kuan just talks to ghosts and he finds a solution. And in the real life, she also touches any people and she can find out any bone diseases in a person. So Kuan is a complicated but a very live character created by Amit Sen. Not to take it long. And when Kuan is 40 years old in the novel, she just says, "I miss China." And Olivia, feeling bad about her half-sister, just wants to take her to China, to her real China, to show her real past. In their trip, there is also an accident. Kuan's aunt Bigma is killed in a bus accident, and then they change their course to attend that funeral. And there is Olivia and Simon, they are lovers. Simon, they have problems, and Kuan wants to solve their problems. One day, Simon is lost in a cave, and while Kuan also goes following him to save Simon. However, the next morning, only Simon comes, and Kuan lost completely and forever. However, at the end, the marriage or love affair of Simon and Olivia are just comes a final way, and they become happy, and that's the end of the story. But in terms of analysis, ancestors, ghosts, and role in Amit Sen's novel, as you can see, compared to early novels, which are mainly on relationship, mother and daughter relationship, Tan here offers readers a clear analysis of mother-daughter bond theme by shifting her attention slightly and choosing the theme of sisterhood, this time in 100 Secret Senses. Olivia's elder sister is also seen as a mother to her because after Kuan's arrival to America, they experience a special sister relationship based on language acquisition in terms of both English and Chinese, as well as their distinct cultural identities, as also reflected in ghosts, yin ghosts can be seen in the novel. Amit Sen's use of ghosts has been discussed by different and various critics. According to Ken Fang Lee, ghosts in the 100 Secret Senses refer to translation of cultural memory and exorcism of the haunting past, because Amit Sen used meta-narrative. There is also a real life in America, and Kuan also talks about the Chinese life in the 19th century. The overpassing of narrative to China and America creates a rich effect. Asian American literature represents deeply spiritual narratives about connecting the past, present, and the future of Asian Americans to fully recover their humanities in yet another ghostly country, that is America, because they also consider themselves as ghosts in America, because there's problems of language, cultural communication between Chinese people and American people. As indicated by Emitan, ghosts represent Chinese mysticism embedded in modern American settings, and they are a way of discovering ancient roots of Emitan's Chinese characters. As a conclusion, not to take you long before lunch, Emitan's 100 Secret Senses deal with the Chinese American identity issues with reference to migration genre, using yin ghosts, seen by Olivia and Kwan only throughout the novel. Only the two can see these two little girls can see these ghosts, nobody else. This is also a reference of meta-narrative. In this novel, Emitan tries to resolve marriage problems of Olive and Simon through Chinese half-sister Kwan and her surreal approach to life and relations. At the end, Kwan sacrifices herself in a cave. It is maybe related to a cave allegory, and it's a Jungian approach to heroic journey. This is about a heroic journey because Kwan completes her journey in Olivia's life. And Emitan employs a meta-narrative style by means of secondary plot from the perspective of Chinese immigrants, thus making use of identity crisis, superstitions, and surrealist elements throughout her novel. And there is also recommended further reading. Any questions? If you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Ideal Time News. Thank you very much. Final presentation is mine. It is prepared by Associate Professor Dr. Gülşen Torusta and Associate Professor Dr. Fırat Yıldız. My presentation is about critical discourse analysis on the necklace. The original name of this short story is La Parure. It's a French short story by Maupassant. Ideological aspect in the literary discourse. Literary discourse is the linguistic product that brings the author together with the reader. Corresponding to the act of decoding the discourse is to infer what the author wanted to say from what she said. Based on Austen's speech act theory, every discourse, spoken or written, corresponds to an action. Accordingly, the social or psychological function of literary discourse is performative. As a literary genre, short story is to do something with words. Critical discourse analysis, which is used as an approach in the analysis of literary discourse as well as other types of discourse, tries to determine the action that author wants to perform through his her discourse while identifying the opaque or explicit ideological elements in his discourse. In every discursive structure, a basic thought and ideological knowledge is embedded. Every discursive process is created within ideological relations and is shaped from within by the pressure of these relations. Every discourse corresponds to the action of its receiver. Even a descriptive discourse, which Austen considers as a constitutive language, causes some emotional changes in the receiver, that is, it results in an action. The concept of text and discourse are used in many social sciences applications. The term text and discourse can be used interchangeably in the literature. Discourse means anything from a historical monument A lieu de mémoire is a French term. A policy, a political strategy, narratives in restricted or broad sense of term, text, talks, a speech, topic related to conversation, to language per se. Everything can be read as a text or discourse. Everything. We are all text, we can say. Discourse analysis is not only the field of the study of linguists. It's used extensively in social sciences research because discourses are important form of social action and signs of social change. CDA sees discourse language used in speech and writing as a form of social practice. Describing discourse as a social practice implies a dialectical relationships between a particular discursive event and the situations, institutions, and social structures which frame it. The discursive event is shaped by them, but it also shapes them. CDA sees discourse as relatively stable uses of language that serve to organize and structure social life. It is possible to encounter many concepts that expand the meaning of the concept of discourse, such as racist discourse, sexist discourse, employment or unemployment discourse, media discourse, populist discourse, etc., literary discourse. The concept of critique has a wide meaning. It is essentially to make visible the interconnectedness of things. Maupassant's literary discourse. For CDA, language is not powerful. It becomes powerful in the hands of the elites, the power owners. As elites, writers are shapers of certain public views and interests through their literary discourse in which their ideologies and value judgments are embedded. In other words, they can use the language as they wish in line with their ideology. Literature's real function is performative because it employs language to achieve specific effects on the reader by adhering to certain conventions. Ideologies are expressed, constructed, or legitimated by discourse. The notion of ideology is widely being used in the social sciences, in politics, in the mass media. Although different meanings are attributed according to periods, the French word ideology is derived from combination of words meaning idea, ide, and study field, logi. It is the science that study ideas. On the one hand, ideology is more than a set of abstract beliefs. It is the substance that makes us who we are, constitutive of our very identities. On the other hand, it presents itself as an unanimous universal truth that everyone knows. Literature cannot be independent of ideology. That is, it is itself an ideology. For Eagleton, it is unnecessary to speak of literature and ideology is two distinct phenomena. Literature, in its sense we have inherited, is an ideology. The short story, one of the literary discourse types, is accepted as a genre suitable for the fast lifestyle of modern societies. Its importance has been increasing in recent years. Since the story is short, it is read faster and the action desired to be performed with the discourse is faster. All discourse is aimed at the production of certain effects in its recipients and is launched from some tendentious subject position. Ideological aspect of the story, the necklace. French writer Maupassant, Guy de Maupassant, who is famous for his short stories rather than his novel, wrote around 300 short stories in the 19th century, where realism and naturalism dominated French fiction. He wrote The Necklace for the purpose of portraying the lifestyles of the upper class and the lower class, the conflicts between them, as well as how their underlying ambitions differ. In discourse analysis, on the surface structure, the elements such as repeated words, collocated words around the motives, topic sentence, conclusion sentence, and the themes are clues about the deep structure of the discourse. Discourses surround ideologies, but they need interpretation. Interpretation is important. The reason for the existence of interpretation is discourse, and discourse without interpretation is nothing. All CDA necessarily includes three concepts: the concept of power, the concept of history, and the concept of ideology. Ideologies are expressed, constructed, or legitimated by discourse. One of the aims of CDA is to demystify discourses by deciphering ideologies. In the short story The Necklace, the power is capitalism and its imposition of luxury and material consumption on people. Capitalist discourse has shaped social institutions and structures by its own ideology. In the story, historical context is the late of 19th century. This is the time when society was corrupt and chasing the materialistic pleasures of the upper class life due to the industrial revolution. In this period, the impact of the French bourgeoisie increases the socio-economic divide between the rich and the poor. This stratification is reflected in the necklace, especially through Mathilde's story person, whose greed and dissatisfaction lead to her eventual downfall. Topic sentences suggest that Mathilde is not satisfied with the life she lives. She suffered endlessly, feeling herself born for every delicacy and luxury. She suffered from the poorness of her house, from its mean walls, worn chairs, and ugly curtains. Story person Mathilde Loisel embodies materialistic worldview by wishing for a luxury existence that her working class husband couldn't offer. Mathilde is a product of capitalist society that solely values material wealth and ignores the immoralities that support it. As understood from the following sentences, it is a period when women have fun and dance with other men while their husband sleeps in another room, and dating a married woman becomes normal. I don't read this passage from the text. We have time problem. When the story itself is considered as a linguistic sign, what is said in the surface structure can be considered as the signifier, and what is meant to be told in the deep structure can be considered as the signified. In the signifier dimension, the story sheds light on the social panorama of Paris in its historical context. It tells about a woman, Mathilde Loisel, who lost a necklace she borrowed from her friend, Madame Forestier, to wear to the ball and the financial and moral difficulties she and her husband experienced in order to replace the missing necklace. At the surprising end of the story, Mathilde learns that the necklace is imitation. Mathilde borrows the necklace because she wants to give the appearance of being wealthy. She had no clothes, no jewels, nothing, and these were the only things she loved. She felt that she was made for them. But greedy, superficial Mathilde sacrifices her youth, beauty, and life for one night that is as fake as the diamond necklace around her neck. Monsieur and Madame Loisel are neither rich nor poor, but Mathilde is unhappy and unsatisfied with her life because it does not offer her the luxury and magnificence she desires. It is possible to infer the author's ideology, placed in the deep structure of the story, from the dysphoric words such as to suffer, to torment, to insult, to ruin, heartbroken, regrets, hopeless, dreams, poorness, grief, etc. Symbols such as cloth and necklace. Motifs such as covetous women, devoted men, richness, the party, and sub-themes such as the deceptiveness of appearances, the pursued power of object, the danger of luxury, enthusiasm, class differences or conflicts, and main theme, hegemony of capitalism, placed in the surface structure of the story. Cloth and necklace are symbolic items. The cloth is the representation of the social status of the individual. The necklace is the sign of richness. It represents the power of perception and the split between appearances and reality. The necklace is at the center of the deception that leads to Mathilde's ruin. Denying the reality of one's position might be a problem. It is possible to evaluate as a moral disconclusion sentence how little is needed to ruin or to save. The main message of the writer that draws attention to the manipulative power of discourse can be inferred from the text. The luxurious lifestyle imposed by capitalist discourse prepares the destruction of men. We can schematize this case. Mathilde and her husband at the beginning of the story is neither poor nor rich, but at the end of the story they are very poor. Madame Forestier is at the top of the triangle. Monsieur Loisel and Madame Loisel are from middle class. At the end of the story, they are proletariat. The social historian Maupassant's literary discourse, as a counter-discourse, aims to make awareness of the wrong sides of capitalism that serves to organize and structure social life. Because it has a manipulative power, discourse is constitutive both in the sense that it helps to sustain and reproduce the social status quo, and in the sense that it contributes to transforming it. Thank you very much for your listening. And now,
as one of the dinosaurs of the department, well, my title, as you've seen, is the alienation concept through the lenses of postmodernism. Well, it's an undeniable fact that the movement of postmodernism, which still has no clear explanation actually about its definition, has created radical changes in literature as in all other spheres. Various debates are still being held about its development and emergence, as well as its definition. Like its content, this movement, which creates such confusion in itself, varies in various cultures, societies, both in terms of what postmodernism is and how it's progressing in different societies. As a mainstream problem available in the novels that have been examined in this study, in this paper, alienation leads the readers to explore postmodernism under another millennial concept that cannot be ignored. In a world where the concept of truth is displaced, writers participate in postmodern understanding with their works in their own contribution and just trying to show the different aspects and perspectives of the issue. No artist can completely isolate himself or herself from the experiences of the society to which he belongs, and every individual is affected by the troubles, sorrows, and happy moments of the people around them, whether they are aware of it or not. So I will just try to argue and aims to argue alienation through the lenses of a postmodern viewpoint in the selected works of American and Turkish postmodern novelists. The fact that America created a concept like American postmodernism shows America's cultural progress in the realm of literature. Introducing new realities, American society found itself in a cultural and social change after the Second World War. As Irving Howe points out, American society, culture, and sensitivity in the 1950s were not the same as those just after the Second World War. Writers started to try new styles and topics and themes. Not all writers immediately adapted to the changes in literature. Many of them still use modernist, naturalist techniques and existentialist traditions in their writing. That transformation process was not so linear. Some writers who specialized in postmodern topics and themes, on the other hand, encountered the dark face of American society, actually. So, in a way, in the 1960s, American literature was dominated by postmodernism. The usage of radical irony, black humor, metafictional elements, fragmentation, parody, overlapping of fiction, fact, fantasy, and dreams, and formerly tabooed themes as a form of artistic, aesthetic, and partly social protest was included all in postmodern tradition. In contemporary American postmodern literature, new literary genres have come up. The technology of postmodern era has created a literary genre called cyberpunk. The effects of life created by capitalism and technology are now becoming more visible. And this new genre, which frequently uses technological products such as internet, mobile phones, artificial intelligence, and simulation, has easily found itself in the literary world through postmodernism. It can be argued that readers of this genre are far less than those who are accustomed to just dealing with some modernist or naturalist or some other types of literature and themes and topics, which is denied in postmodernism for creation of new realities. The narration of intertwined reality and fiction without the order of importance provides us with brand new possibilities in literature in today's postmodern American writers' products. When we come to a short story of the evolution of Turkish literature, Turkish fiction actually, not literature, to tell some or to point out some very remarkable progressing actually. The late 1960s and early 1970s are of great importance for Turkish literature. Real modernist and postmodernist examples and writers whose books have been translated into various languages started to appear more frequently in that period. As it's pointed out, quote, Turkey did not meet modernism and postmodernism separately, but met them at the same time. So she was not, there was not an exact timeline for Turkish literature to start writing postmodernist novels. After several political crises and wars all over the world, a search for realism in Turkish literature came to the fore. As a result of that search, the artists of the period moved away from social problems and highlight the facts within the individual and address individual themes. They tried different literary techniques in their stories by using new means of expression. Instead of having explained an observational event and situation, by creating a new and different story language, they wrote poetic, non-formal, non-linear, and experiment-like stories. Similar types of works were also produced in both poetry and fiction. If the changes brought by postmodernism are examined, opportunity to see the innovations in Turkish novel is more obvious. The freedom brought by movement paves the way for writing experimental texts in many different ways. And when we are to tell something about the concept of alienation in very basic terms, there are, of course, so many definitions about alienation according to psychologists, to literary critics, and so on and so forth. I just would like to mention one. The term alienation has different meanings in its content and varied use. I can classify these meanings as follows, in 5 articles like irregularity, powerlessness, frivolousness, isolation from the society, class dissemination, and self-alienation, which is the most suitable one actually for the content of alienation of the authors we chose. That is the situation where the individual goes against his or her own reality for any reason and cannot comprehend it. However, the establishment of satisfactory bonds between this person and the society is not realized as a productive interaction between the social culture and his own values, but as the elimination of unique aspects of the individual's personality under the pressure of the majority. Well, when we come to our Turkish novel, which is called Gölgesizler, if we may translate it into English like The Shadeless, the paramount obstacle in front of the individual in Gölgesizler is the domination of power over individual. The novel's figures that do not even have names, like Muhtar, the son of Cennet, Bekçi, Berber, or like that, are crushed under the social ideology impositions by not gaining a personality. They internalize the fear of the state with their anxiety. Dede Musa, for example, whom Muhtar goes to solve the mystery of the village, instead of answering Muhtar's questions, tells the story of Aynalı Fatma and Asker Hamdi, which are, very major characters of the story. According to the story narrated by Dede Musa during the years of the War of Independence, Asker Hamdi, who is worth of a troop of soldiers, is famous for his courage. One day he meets Aynalı Fatma, who is not known whether she is, a good or bad personality. Actually, a courtyard children dies after this meeting, which cannot be understood whether they fight or have intercourse. When Aynalı Fatma disappeared, it's learned that Asker Hamdi, who has been a soldier at the front, is also martyred. At the end of the story, Dede Musa asked this question that will never leave out Muhtar's mind. Quote, what happened to a courtyard full of children born to Hamdi's 9 wives, unquote. In the novel, the story that seems to be independent from each other of the main story and also the question related has an important function. With this question, it is implied that the estranged people in the village are the children of Asker Hamdi, and that they are cursed by the incest prohibition. This narrative conveys, which seems to be an independent story, is told us by the author. One of the characteristic features of postmodern tradition is that, they use unreliable narrator. So that's very typical and remarkable example of that tradition. So since the authority punishes the individual who seeks existence outside of his own rules and identity design, people's faces are turned towards themselves, not one another. Another aspect of social conflict and the theme of alienation manifests itself in the view of bureaucracy and the state, which describes society's official organizational relations. The behaviors of the watchman and the state of officials towards the villagers who are looking for güvercin represents authority, which shows us simply how the individual is viewed by the authority. Quote, "What is güvercin?" Also a bird name in Turkish, though. "Is it a bird?" No, said the headman. "Güvercin is the most beautiful girl in our village." Said the man. "Then let us show you where that girl is in the eyes of the government." They took huge books from huge shelves. Then they took notebooks that were covered in dust and started to scramble the pages one by one, unquote. Güvercin, who is the symbol of beauty and dignity of the village for the villagers and the village headman, is nothing but a black mark for the state. The institutional expression of novel characters is the struggle for existence against the state, and this struggle mostly results against the individual in postmodern novels. Cıngıl Nuri's being forgotten, Güvercin's innocence lost, Muhtar's character's death, and the madness of Cennet are all examples of alienation throughout the novel. When we come to the position of Paul Auster's City of Glass, in Auster's fiction, Catherine Rogers states that one easily becomes the other because it does not maintain a connection or continuity. The main reason for this would be the way Auster understands individuality. The role of the subject in Auster's fiction is not stable. The I that Auster creates in his fiction defines the alienated subject. And this inaccessible subject is in a state of unconsciousness and aimlessness, no matter how clear and understandable or comprehensible he speaks. So that comes to an end when the subject reaches a state of consciousness. The author makes the character who reaches a full consciousness mood invisible, either under a new nickname or with new characteristics. Although Daniel Quinn, William Wilson, and Paul Auster are the same person, Auster pushes these characters into background as soon as they reach consciousness in City of Glass. It can be better explained by the term subject in Lacanian psychology. Auster's characters are both available and impossible. They exist and they're nowhere. That's why Auster makes his characters live in this impossibility. Characters that are always present and disappearing all the time. Quote, "Writing enables Auster to stage the fundamental alienation of the subject and to find out how to back up a weak, fragmented self, how to give it cohesion and continuity. Finally, by questioning the subject, Auster makes it more present than ever in his fiction." Well, not to bore you more, I'd like to come to the conclusion in a few words. Just it could be possible for us to get the meaning, actually. Well, the frequent usage of the concept of alienation, both in Turkish and American literature, helps us understand that the economic and social conditions widen the gap among people. But it can also be claimed that there is another approach to alienation, which is actually the capitalist lifestyle,
bringing many people together for the same aim and target. So in both novels, the concept of alienation is not considered, actually is not the same as, to get to grasp the meaning of loneliness, but a state of being a stranger to the society and environment. With the concept of alienation, the following can be claimed for postmodernism in Turkish and American literature. Both countries' various types of literary products appeal to people who belong to the New World Order with an individual-centered attitude. When Hasan Ali Toptaş is examined as a representative of Turkish postmodern novelists, it is discerned that the use of time, setting, metafiction, and intertextuality is not different from that of Paul Auster, while their works, which have differences in spatial settings, are the proof of different geographies. The similarity of the character in the novels is proof of a sort of globalizing world. Although Turkish literature met postmodernism later, if you are to make a comparison with the situation of American postmodernism and that of Turkish, it can be stated that the similarity with American literature is due to the fact that individuals now have almost the same and also so similar types of problems. The way writers express these problems or being the spokesman of them stems from both the individual differences of the writers and the possibility of limitlessness that postmodern literature provides them. Thank you for your patience. Well, just to use time and be punctual and not to exceed the time, I'd like to get your comments and contributions and questions at the end of the session, if you let me. Now, our second presenter is Assistant Professor Dr. Leyla Adigüzel and Volkan Keklik will present their papers entitled The Effects of Social Class and Environment in the Moral Development of Children in Halit Hüseyni's Kite Runner and Hakan Günday's The Handment of Children in Halit Hüseyni's Daha, and Hakan Günday's Daha, sorry for that. Thank you.
University, and now I am doing my postgraduate in this faculty. This is my first term, and this is my first academic presentation. Of course, I am a little bit excited, but I will try to do my best. Thank you. Okay. I will try to be quick as soon as possible, because I don't want to spend your time too much. My topic is the effects of the social class and environment in the moral development of the children in Halit Hüseyin's Kite Runner and Hakan Günday's More. Before I start to analyze my two novels, I will give some brief information about the morality concept. The concept of morality is a set of written and unwritten rules that determine and regulate what an individual should or shouldn't do in a society. So, of course, there is no definite definition. There is no concrete definition of that concept. But on the other hand, there are many different researchers' idea about that topic, and I will give them briefly. So when we have a look at the Jean Piaget's statement about the morality, he says moral development is a process that develops externally. And Carol Gilligan, she says parents and schools should bring more love as a model with their behavior. So when we look at the both researchers' statements, we see that they state the moral development of the children occurs externally from the environment. On the other hand, when we look at the John Dewey's statement, he directly relates the moral development with the education level of an individual. And when we finally have a look at the Sigmund Freud's statement, he says there is no concept of morality when people are born. It occurs with the development of superego. So now, I will give some just brief information about the Kite Runner. I'm pretty sure that most of you have read it before. And the Kite Runner written is Khalid Hussein. He is an African-American writer, and it is his first novel. And in the novel, he tells the extraordinary story of the unlikely friendship between a wealthy Afghan boy named Amir and Hassan, the son of his father's servant, who he later finds out after Hassan's death has always been his half-brother. The novel is set in Kabul, Afghanistan during the Soviet invasion in 1978 and depicts the life of a nation that is the process of being ravaged and destroyed. It is about harshness of violence and rape, the power of the education, the price of the betrayal and the struggle for redemption, and the power fathers have on their sons. On the other hand, I'm not sure whether you have read it or not, and I will give brief information about that. This novel is the novel of Hakan Günday. He describes himself as an underground writer, underground world writer, and more recounts the story of a boy named Gaza who works with his father, a human trafficker, and it conveys the suffering of refugees and migrants as they try to make their way from war-torn countries like Afghanistan and Syria through Turkey and eventually to Greece and the wider world. It is also a narrator's coming-of-age story starting at 9 years old, a dark fable that traces the metamorphosis of a bright schoolboy into a appalling monster. Now, these characters, these pictures are from the movies of the both novels. On the right side you see Emir, the protagonist of the Kite Runner. On the left side you see Gaza, and they have some common points. I will try to just give a brief information about the common points. They are motherless children, and they have family without financial problems. I especially write it because I wanted to say, so the economy is not an important factor that affects the moral development of the children. And they are very successful students, and then they tend to be authors at the same time, and they want to gain their father's appreciation and admiration. They learned who were their mothers really was much later. This is also the common point of the both protagonists. They don't have friends, they are not social person. Their best friends are their father's friends. So, it is also interesting, a common point between two protagonists. They both went to Afghanistan to be able to provide themselves because our two protagonists did bad things, did evil things to the people around them in their earlier childhood. They often hated their father's actions and even their own fathers. They have done bad things, as I said before, they have done bad things to the people around them and evil things around them. They witnessed rape. Actually, Emir witnessed an event of rape. On the other hand, Gaza experiences it by himself. Unfortunately, that's an awful situation, especially for a boy, for children. They lied to people around them, and they covered up their evil attitudes. So, my main point is what were the factors affecting the moral development of the protagonist toward the end of the novels. Emir, it is interesting. Emir, actually, at the beginning of the story, didn't want to face his past. But later, when he went to America and to become an author, not actually to become an author, because of the war, he went to America. And that part, Emir received a phone call from one of his friends, Rahim Han, and he said that on the phone call that Emir, it is possible to be a good person again. That point is a very important point because from that point, Emir started to think himself and his bad actions in the past, and he wanted to recover and he wanted to purify himself. And he went to Afghanistan and tried to find his way and try to become a good person. On the other hand, when we have a look at the Gaza, after his father's death, Gaza, who was left with no one around him, avoided facing his past. he did many different kind of things to be able to forget his past and his evil actions. He used drugs, he used alcohols, and he wanted to forget all the things that he did in the past. Although some of the people who entered his life told Gaza that you can be a good person, you can recover what you have did in the past, but unfortunately he didn't choose to be a good person. He didn't want to change something in that point. He traveled from country to country and tried to escape from his past and his evil deeds did not leave him, and he died in this way. He avoided facing his mistakes, although he did not have a family, he doesn't have a family. People who come into his life said that you can be a good person, but unfortunately he didn't choose this way. So, as a conclusion, we see that in the moral development of the children, there are some factors, but unfortunately we cannot say that there is a definite factor. We can say that when we compare and analyze the both novels, family is a very important factor, because Emir has a family that supports him, that encourages him, and that gives the power to be able to recover himself and purify himself. On the other hand, when we look at the life of, what was the name? I forgot my, sorry. When we look at the life of the Gaza, we see that he has no family, and we cannot see the effect of the family. So family is very important in the moral development of the children. At the same time, we see the environment is a very important factor. And finally, we can say that intrinsic motivated is a very important factor in terms of a moral development of the children. That's my end of presentation. I was a little bit excited. Before I finish, I would like to thank you, my teacher, and another teacher. It is a good opportunity for me. I am honored to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this really interesting, punctual, and time-consuming, not so much.
I would like to get to the point.
Thank you so much. You are just among friends, you know. That's so domestic. That's why all we are so acquainted.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
If you have any further question at the end
of the session,
we'll
just have them at the end,
okay.
if
Thank you
possible,
so much.
just to save time.
Of course.
Well, our next presenter is Assistant Professor Dr. Leyla Adıgüzel, and she will present us her paper entitled Multicultural Structure of Britain Through the Eyes of Immigrants and Natives in Hanif Kureyshi's Borderline. Hocam.
Yes, firstly, I'd like to extend my love and respect to all my esteemed participants and dear students here. Firstly, I also like to again thank you in advance for your patience and attention. Let me introduce myself in few sentences. Yes, I'm an SS professor in English Language and Literature Department in Yüzüncü University, and I got my PhD degree from University from the Department of English Culture and Literature. Now, the title of my presentation, The title of my presentation is Multicultural Structure of Britain Through the Eyes of Immigrants and Natives in Hanif Kureyshi's Borderline. I'm sure that almost all of my friends and the participants are somehow very familiar with the term multiculturalism, but before the presentation, I will try to give you a brief information about what the term multiculturalism refers, then a brief information about the author and his ideas about multiculturalism and multicultural structure of England, then come to the main point, I mean the multicultural structure of England in his play. Okay, multiculturalism in general sense is depicted as a cultural pluralism in which various culture, races, and ethnic groups set up a dialogue with each other. But somehow, or better, another definition refers to a broad range of intellectual and political movements initiated by various ethnic and religious minorities, feminists and gays during the last 2 or 3 decades of the 20th century. This is our author, Hanif Kureishi. I'm sure, again, most of my friends and participants are familiar with. Let me give a brief information about him. Hanif Kureishi is a British playwright, screenwriter, filmmaker, and a novelist. He was born in London as a son of an English mother and a displaced father by the partition of India and Pakistan. This part is really very important. As we all can guess that, he is one of the authors that at first hand somehow experienced the term multiculturalism and lived its both positive and negative effects in his life, actually. He studied philosophy at the University of Lancaster and King's College London, but later he tried to write and make films. In general sense, he brings the problems of Asian immigrants to life. Some of his important and significant works are Art Skirt, Beautiful Landred, The Buddha of Suburbia, and The Black Album. Yes, multicultural structure of Britain. As also, it is a very known fact that after the World War II, many people from the colonies that declared their independence flocked to various mother countries, like England, for example, on account of benefiting from the opportunities, employment, education, and prosperity of those countries. Having managed to stay from the influence of other cultures for a long time, England faced an influx of immigrants from its former colonies, mostly India and Pakistan, like other European countries during the decolonization process. So this situation has caused a certain degree of hostility and racism among the British people as a result of the encounter of culturally and ethnically and religiously diverse groups. Minorities in England, on the other hand, had difficulties adapting to the completely foreign environment and suffered from conflicts stemming from the discriminatory attitudes of British. This is the symbol of multiculturalism, the rainbow sign. This is also the title of one of Hanif Kureishi's essay, actually, The Rainbow Sign, the Multi-Ethnic and Multicultural British Society. Kureishi puts forward a view of the type of racial discrimination he had to undergo in 1960s. Was regarded as a visible subject in England, divided on television and exploited by politicians. I'm not sure whether you can hear me or not. No, again. Yes, thank you. Okay, I will try to give all information briefly. Yes, the evil racism is important term within this essay, actually. Any way of being British. It is the British, the white British, who have to learn that being British is not what it was, he says. In his work, Robert Young, titled as Colonial Desire, Hybridity in Theory, Culture and Race, he says that London was characterized as inalienably mixed, suffused with the pulse of difference. He also depicts the Greenwich Meridian, the place where East and West meet as. With each passing decade, London has been ever more successful in living up to its officially proclaimed heterogeneous identity, so that now you could scarcely imagine a more varied mingling of peoples whose ancestors hark back to the Caribbean and Africa, India, Pakistan, and so on, mixed and merged with others whose predecessors turned up in the British Isles, Angles, and blah blah. This is the cover of the book. Yes, let's give a brief information about the play, Borderline. It is considered a study of Asians in Britain and written in 1981. It presents an analysis of the multicultural structure of Britain through the eyes of minority immigrants and natives as well. It is inspired by real events in early 1980s. The author draws attention to the assimilation of young people who are caught between two fires in the process of integrating into a new country and its culture. It reveals also, the author reveals the reality that the culture conflict in a striking language, especially through racialist activities and gender discrimination. This is the main title. This part is really important. I again try to give briefly like subtitles, and I will specifically draw attention to the quotations from the play in order to cut it short actually. The white British is important in that their attitudes, their interactions or behaviors towards the Asian immigrants are really very important. They have fascist meetings. For example, they sometimes may somehow engage or join to do events like stripping a little boy and carving fascist symbols on their stomach and legs. Somehow there may be some unsolved murders but pretended as suicide, but actually they are done by these fascist group members. Discrimination is also an important point when it comes to multiculturalism in terms of minorities, actually, hostily and insulting. There are some quotations here. For example, Amina is one of the characters in the play. She is the second generation immigrant who is living in London to search our bags for thieving. For example, his father asks, "What happened to you today?" She says that I'm a little bit late because our bags were searched for thieving as it was done usual. Amjad is the father. Did those boys call you Paki in the park? For example, this is another undermining or insulting behavior of the fascist groups or the host country. White neighbor, where do you think you are, Bombay? When the people or the family making some noises and their interactions against this behavior. The other is also very important term as for multiculturalism as well. Both Europeans and Orientals regard each other as the other, as we can easily say. For example, Yasmin is again another character in the play. Yasmin says to Europeans with prejudice, for example, she says, "White people would like an exhibition of my misery," for example. This discriminatory discourse is also apparent in Amina's utterance. She says, "I suppose you want white education. You could it the white light before. You said they'd whitewashed history. You'll be playing polo next week." Polo is also, I will later talk about, a kind of play attributed to English culture. Having more logical and modern thoughts, Ibn Harun uses racist rhetoric as the English get bad hearts because they have rotten souls and bad conscience.
2 minutes.
Oh, so sorry, I will. Okay, exotic other is really important. This is how native people see the others, the Asian immigrants and somehow us actually. This was an example from that. Cultural diversities are also important. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, education is attributed to European culture. As for sports, for example, polo is regarded European, whereas tennis is mentioned as if it were an Indian sport sarcastically because it was actually brought to India by British colonists. Way of wearing, clothes, food are all distinctive elements when it comes cultural distinctions or diversities actually, and gender discrimination as well. Banu, for example, the mother, explained her position in life. I get up, I clean the house, I cook for my husband, then I work, I save. This is another important part for the second generation immigrants. Amina's position actually. We mustn't let our daughter to be influenced, these westernized children. You'll shock one day, Banu, if you catch her kissing a boy. I'll marry her soon. Disappointment is another important point in that sense. Ravi is one of the ones who sold everything in his hometown and came with great expectations to somehow deploy the poverty or prosperity of the host language, but he was disappointed. The houses are small here. The people look small. They ruled in my country for so long, I thought they'd be bigger. And Anil replies him as England is a cemetery. Hybridity is again an important notion, but actually we don't have enough time. Let me come to the conclusion. As a conclusion, I can say that having experienced the culture clash himself firsthand, as a half English and half Pakistani, Qureshi ingeniously uses borderline like a mirror to reflect the multicultural structure of England. He draws attention to the dilemmas faced by all the members of the society and lays bare the situation from different perspectives, from the eye of the immigrants and the natives, the colonizer and the colonized, points out the misconception and prejudiced opinions about cultures and parodies them in the play. It's not against, he's not against multicultural society, but he brings the conditions to life from different perspectives and suggests different solutions. Okay, thanks a lot for your patience.
Thank you, Leyla Hocam, for being punctual again for this really interesting paper. Well, our next presenter again is Assistant Professor Dr. Mahmut Akar from Mush Alparslan University, and he will present the paper titled Invisible Electra, a psychoanalytic reading of William Golding's Darkness Visible.
Okay, thank you very much for that good introduction. My name is Mahmut Akar. I work as an assistant professor in Mush Alparslan University, but actually, I have to confess that I don't feel myself belong to Mush Alparslan University. I feel myself belong to here because Yüzüncü University is my alma mater. So it's a very big honor to be here and to make a presentation in front of my professors. Thank you very much. I am both nervous and excited. So I apologize. I beg your pardon. Perhaps I will exceed the time a little bit because I couldn't, manage to limit it. I'm so sorry. Yes. As you see, the title was Invisible Electra, a psychoanalytic reading of William Golding's Darkness Visible. I will read a little bit fast. As you know, dear participants, the raw material of literature is human being. So, perhaps some of you can think that why psychoanalytic has a relevancy with literature. The raw material of literature is human beings, so everything deals with humanity. Human being is the subject matter of literature. We must know this reality. Okay, doesn't matter. Yeah. I think as means by which artists convey their feelings and thoughts to their readers and listeners. The artist uses various methods while making this transfer. While some artists produce a work of art based on their experiences, some artists resort to fiction. Critics and researchers make some inferences and literary criticism based on the reality that appears in works of art. Since the middle of the late century, Freud associates this impulse, the impulse that impels the artist, compels the artist to produce with sexuality. According to him, the biggest impulse underlying the artist's creation is their libido, that is, the latent pleasure they feel for their parents. To Freud, the girl has such latent and impudent, we can call it as an impudent, feelings for the father and the boy for the mother. Although the psychoanalytic theory is thought to be a method that helps people treatment at first glance, psychoanalysis is not limited to this. Quote, in other words, psychoanalytic criticism is not limited to searching for phallic symbols. It can tell us how literary texts are constructed. It can partially explain the meaning of this formation, unquote. The organic connection between psychoanalysis and literature has come to light with the work of Freud. In this context, art, which is a world of fantasy and imagery, and literature, one of its branches, is directly related to the area of interest of psychoanalysis. In order to understand that there is a close connection between psychoanalysis and literature, it may give an idea to think that Freud named the Oedipus complex one of his greatest theories, inspired by Sophocles' famous tragedy, King Oedipus. It is possible to see what the reasons are that impel the author to write a literary text, the effects of the environment he grew up in, the reflections of childhood traumas on his work through psychoanalysis. Freud tried to eliminate the artist's subconscious by carrying psychoanalysis beyond being a treatment method and applying it to works of art. In this context, when we consider William Golding's novel Darkness Visible, we encounter a very clear Electra complex. The author mirrors the society's perception of children in this novel. In social life, as you know, the child is accepted as an innocent and harmless creature. Golding focuses on children who break this perception later in life and helps us find the reason behind it. In fact, we do not have direct evidence of why children behave like this, but at this point, psychoanalytic theory comes into play and allows us to reveal the concealed reality behind the visible reality. In this study, quite a lot of perspectives can be developed in terms of character richness in the psychoanalytic context. But we found it appropriate to focus on only Sophie, one of the protagonists of the novel, in order to ensure the integrity of the study. We will try to scrutinize how Sophie was accepted in the environment she lived in when she was a little girl, but how she will turn into a young girl in the future due to the traumas she experienced in her inner world. We will discuss the spiritual development of Sophie, which is the subject of our study in terms of Electra complex. In his novel, Darkness Visible, William Golding forces us to enter a realm of mysteries from the very first moment. When we examine the concept of visible and darkness in the title of the novel, it is possible to sense that there is a reference to the subconscious. Because Freud likens the subconscious, which he describes as the dark, inaccessible part of our personality, to a dark cave, and argues that everything stored there will be visible when the time comes, namely, it will emerge. In this respect, we can say that the name of the novel has a psychoanalytic meaning beneath. Golding similarly hopes to penetrate the depths of his society and human nature and to make the darkness there visible. Quote, the novel is extremely ambivalent from a moral perspective and deeply disturbing. It destroys the binary opposition that is believed to exist between good and evil, unquote. In Darkness Visible, Golding recounts that the story of Mattie, a child victim of war, and the sisters Tony and Sophie, whom everyone admires. Sisters who grew up without mother are known by their neighbors as smart, well-behaved, knowing what they want, and good-natured children. Girls whose father is a writer are very fond of him. They do not want to share their excessive love for their father with anyone. In a conversation with their grandmother about their new caregiver, they asked to their grandmother if they will like this new caretaker or not. This caretaker aunt named Winnie soon settles the girls in where was they born as their new home. Sophie and Tony loved this barn-built place at first, but it doesn't take long for Sophie to recognize something. According to Sophie, Winnie is actually someone who tries to get between her and her father. Quote, Winnie saw how different she was from Daddy, and she endured much longer than any of her other aunts. She moved into the bedroom. Sophie didn't like this, but she didn't know exactly why she didn't like, unquote. Beneath this feeling, which Sophie does not like and does not know the reason for, lies the love for the father. That is the Electra complex. As it's known, the starting point of this complex is that the girl is jealous of boys who are her age because she does not have a penis. This situation causes two different things to enter into the girl. First, she blames the mother for this situation and hates her, and secondly, she turns to the father with a desire to have a penis. Freud states that the child has such feelings toward the parent until the stage we call the phallic stage, but then he or she prefers the way of regression. What causes Sophie to become uncomfortable is actually the pressure of the emotions she suppressed in her subconscious. As I just tried to express, Sophie subconsciously has feelings for her father, whose name she does not know. For this reason, Winnie's attitude towards her for her father disturbs Sophie. And only Sophie can realize the situation. Quote, nobody noticed anything, and Sophie sometimes wished they did. But Sophie knew absolutely that Winnie had pushed them down the garden path into the stables just to put out of the way and keep them as far away from the father as possible. Unquote. Winnie is no longer Sophie's caretaker. She is her arch-rival, nemesis, with whom she cannot share her father. That is, Winnie is the mother substitute or surrogate. That's why Sophie plays mind-blowing tricks on any woman trying to get close to her father. On her 11th birthday, there is a new development that will increase the dose of this hostility. Winnie and Sophie's father announced that they will get married, and this news hurts Sophie deeply. In the moment after her father stops talking, Sophie begins to understand many things. This moment is, for Sophie, a moment of mortal agony. The growing hostility towards Winnie justifies Freud's Electra complex because Freud argues that a girl cannot share her father with anyone and that she will consider anyone who makes such an attempt as enemy. A father who directs his love to someone else is sometimes considered a betrayer for his daughter, but this does not mean that the father has been abandoned. There was nothing she wanted more than to go and leave Daddy right away, forgetting him and his betrayal. Sophie's overreaction to the news of marriage shows us that there is a clear Electra complex in her. Sophie will not easily digest his betrayal of her father and this move of her rival Winnie, and will do whatever it takes to revenge on them. The sole purpose of everything she will do is to keep her arch-rival away from Daddy. Golding quotes Sophie's cruel design with these words, quote, they wandered around the boat for a bit and discovered a few dark eggs that had been there for a long time. Everything became clearer in Sophie's mind when she saw the eggs. She saw how she would torture Winnie and Daddy, torture him until she drove them both mad and put them off until they were both taken to a mental institution. Unquote. This situation shows us that the excessive emotions hidden in the subconscious will emerge when proper place and time come. Freud may also have considered the subconscious a safe haven for such feelings. When we evaluate the situation in terms of Sophie, the concept and our argument can be visibly proven. That is, when Sophie plans revenge, Golding uses the concept of safe tunnel when talking about these plans. When the time comes, the thoughts that are waiting to come out of the subconscious, where they hide and they are safe in, come to light. Considering the K metaphor that Freud likened to the subconscious, the following statements prove that the author is talking about Sophie's subconscious. Quote, she realized that she had a passionate desire to be strange and dark. There was no other word for it. Strange and powerful. She was frightened of herself and curled up in her bed, but the dark tunnel was still there, and she saw what to do in the safe, remote place. Unquote. Sophie preserved herself and her desire in that dark tunnel by keeping her feelings for Daddy, which she has protected in the depth of her subconscious and never told anyone. Sophie has an inaccessible animosity towards Winnie, and the dose of this hostility increases with every moment Winnie spends with Daddy. To reiterate, forbidden the love for the father is the only reason why the ruthless vengeance develops in the mind of little girl Sophie. Golding describes one of Sophie's moments of Electra confusion as follows, quote, that night, in her bed under the barn skylight, she brooded about being weird. She tried to piece together something about the witness, but she couldn't. This was not arithmetic. Everything was floating, the private tunnel, the things to do, and above all, the deep, fierce, agonizing need, the desire to hurt Winnie and Daddy in the bedroom. Unquote. After a certain time, the sisters realized that Winnie is having an affair with their uncle Jim, and they report this to their father. Of course, the result will come true as Sophie wishes. Winnie and Jim run away from home. Sophie is very happy about this for a reason she doesn't know exactly. Golden described the situation as follows, quote, Sophie ran away to the stable against not knowing why she was excited, scared, feeling triumphant, unquote. Her father's loneliness relieves Sophie for a bit.
3 minutes.
Okay, I will try faster. Sophie begins to wonder what it was about women that made such an impact on her father. She is gripped by the desire to discover what qualities, with a shudder of filthy excitement at the same time, disgust, caused Daddy to call them to his bed. This stage coincides with a period in which she gradually begins to recognize her own body during her adolescence. While trying to satisfy her curiosity in the room she reserved for take care at home, she experiences both excitement and disgust at the same time. Sophie's desire to receive a small leather covered box that belongs to Winnie creates a feeling of a victorious soldier in her. This leather box, which she took with his father's permission, is symbolically a place where she imprisoned her rival, Winnie. This situation is narrated in the novel as follows, quote, Sophie smelled the cover carefully and decided that Winnie's scent didn't linger on it at all. She took it to the stables, she lay down on her cedar bed and thought of tiny Winnie in a box, unquote. This trophy is invaluable to Sophie. Its material value has no meaning. Its symbolic meaning is very valuable. Because her enemy, her rival, Winnie, left the battlefield without looking back and left the real trophy Daddy to Sophie. Now, this quotation in this slide is very important. I will I will limit my presentation here. But the slide shows, the second quotation shows us the peak of electron complex that Sophie reached. As you see, as she stood before him and couldn't take her eyes off her face, the fierce, masculine mouth, the eagle's beak, the eyes that could see through even if it was definitely made of brick, trap in both hands with backs dangling at her side, and her perfect stupid body took over control, and her brainless breasts well up in front of him. They vulnerable, tender, out of control, captivating and hardened, protruded and lifted the fabric of her blues with a gesture as obvious as a shout. So, dear friends, I won't take much of your time, sorry. And after this, we can say that Sophie, because of not managed to, have a catharsis, purify herself, goes and destroys something. She and one of her boyfriends try to, fetch a boy for a ransom, and they kill someone in the course of this story. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry that I exceeded time.
No problem. No.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Again, still next presenter is our lovely research assistant, Merve Betül Gurmes. She will present us her paper entitled Deformation Due to Wrong Mother-Daughter Relationship in Anijan by Jamaica Kincaid.
Professors and dear students, I am Merve Betül Gurmes. I am research assistant in English language and literature. My presentation is about the formation due to wrong mother-daughter relationship in Eiden, which was written by Jamaica Kincaid. Firstly, I want to say a little about who is Jamaica Kincaid. She was born on May 25, 1949 in Antigua. She was originally named Elaine Potter Richardson. Richardson was her mother's surname. Actually, her parents never married, and her biological father, she says, never played a role in her life. She left Antigua at the age of 17 and moved to New York to work. So actually we can say this novel is a kind of semi-autobiographical novel because our protagonist, Annie, when she becomes 17, she also goes to England to work. Eiden was published in 1985. Actually, the publication of Eiden is unique because New Yorker published each of the chapters separately before they were compiled and published as a novel. So we can say for this reason, reviewers initially wondered if they should categorize the novel as the book as a novel or the collection of short stories. Eiden represents a classic bildungsroman or a growing up novel because it chronicles the moral, intellectual, and psychological development of a young girl. And the piece starts with the phrase "when I was 10" and ends when Annie becomes 17 years old. And it describes her development in this interval. Major themes in Kincaid's work include the relationship between mothers and daughters, and we can say this is very crucial in our novel. This work tries to examine the mother-daughter relationship and the reasons for the transformation, psychological, social, and physical problems it has caused, and how this mother-daughter relationship, initially quite normal, is disturbed. And also the subject of this article is the conflict of a girl just after a sudden cessation of excessive attention that she has becomes accustomed to and normalized by her mother, and how this situation leads a conversion disorder and even we can say sexual identity confusion. I will say a brief about plot. It was written in episodic form and tells the story of a young girl, as I said. At the beginning of the novel, we can say Annie lives an idyllic life with her two doting parents, and she adores her mother, basking in her mother's attention and eagerly learning about the details of her mother's daily life. But things begin to change when she becomes puberty. Her mother becomes distant, insisting Annie learn to be an individual. She says, you should rather than be a mini version of me. Actually, Annie doesn't understand why her mother pushes her away and deeply resents their changed relationship. She starts a new school and quickly proves herself at the top of the class. She bonds with many of her classmates, particularly Gwen, with whom she becomes inseparable. As Annie bonds more closely with her friends, she becomes more away from her mother. Sorry. And she's a little girl who's very attached to her mother, and her mother is also very attached to her. We can say this devotion is beyond normal, that Annie thinks she is a bodily whole with her mother. And her mother is only her role model. Sometimes she says she spends all day just chasing after her mother and watching the way she does things. They sleep together all the time, they do everything together, even they share their names. Their both names are Annie. And we can say Annie explains that even the clothes they wear are made from same fabric. While describing the love and devotion between them, she glorifies it so much that she thinks how terrible it would be if no one in the world loved someone that much. In a way, this fear is a harbinger of deep gaps that left by her mother, because her mother behaves very selfishly in the process of raising her daughter. She says how important I felt to be with my mother. You know, this means her feeling of importance depends on the existence of her mother. And because, as I said, mother acts selfishly in the process of raising her daughter, actually she promises that she will never leave her alone. She will be always there for her. She will be always with her. And she doesn't allow her to prepare herself for another situation. But when Annie turns 12, many things are no longer the same. She states that, as if that were not enough, my mother informed me that I was on the verge of becoming a young lady, so there were quite a few things I would have to do differently. Things develop very quickly for Annie. She enters a totally new process, which is, and you know, she's very stranger. And she expresses it with this verse. She says, because of this young lady business, instead of days spent in perfect harmony with my mother, I trailing in her footsteps, she showering down me kisses and affection and attention, I was now sent off to learn one thing and another. As a result, they are no longer what they used to be. So she wants to feel this lost attention and old bond within different ways. For example, she makes a special effort in her school environment, in her friends environment, and she tries to gain attention and appreciation from in other environments. She studies hard, exhibits good behavior, and constantly she tries to prove herself, because you know she thinks that if she does this, she will be loved by someone again, just her mother did. I will say a little and I will finish that. Annie starts to distance herself more and more from her mother, as I said. You know, she thinks that her mother has lost all her love for Annie, and now with a girlfriend. On a guess to fill the void left by her mother, she meets Gwen. She states that at the end of the day, Gwen and I were in love. Actually, she has a very close relationship with Gwen, and they bond and love each other. They do everything together, even in their dreams. They say we are together. And she states that if, Gwen and I were soon inseparable. If you saw one, you saw the other. She talks about, you know, how her heart beats when she sees Gwen, and how much she loves her, and how everything is perfect about Gwen. It is not just Gwen that, actually that makes her so happy, but also her other girlfriends, and getting attention and appreciation from other girlfriends also makes her extremely happy. And she also states that I looked at these girls surrounding me, my heart filled with just sprung up love, and I wish then and there to spend the rest of my life only with them. Every day after school, they go to the nearby cemetery, sit down and talk about private matters and have fun. You know, in these meetups, they go even further, and they also share intimate topics about each other. And she states we will show each other various parts of our bodies. The time she spent with Gwen, the care and love she had from Gwen, helped her achieve her goal in a way. She says that she filled the void her mother had left for her. I told her that when I was younger I had been afraid of my mother's death, but that since I had met Gwen, this didn't matter so much, she states. But one day she meets another girl she calls Red Girl and falls in love with her, and they start dating. She states, I now worship the ground her own unwashed feet walked on. After her encounter with Red Girl, she no longer has feeling for Gwen, and mentions that she doesn't find her as attractive as before. Traits that were appealing to her before starts to become annoying, because you know she believes that Red Girl has a special place and meaning in her heart, because actually Annie is still searching for a way to fill the void that her mother left. Before moving on to my other theme, I would like to give a brief information about conversion disorder. diseases that cannot be explained with a biological cause, cannot be diagnosed physically, and which are thought to be emotionally and psychologically based are called somatoform disorders. And conversion disorder is a type of somatoform disorders. You know, stress and in the family disconnection, communication problems, etc. These are the reasons, and it's especially seen in adolescence and childhood. Actually, the fact that Annie's mother, to whom Annie is attached with love and used to her attention, is no longer what they used to be. And this situation creates a great trauma for Annie. Her attempt to fill the void which is left by her mother with Gwen, Red Girl, or with other girls fails. And there is always a great and unreasonable unhappiness in her. And this situation actually wears her down psychologically and traumatically. As a result of all these heavy traumas, loneliness and disappointments, that she was abandoned by her loved ones, her mother's distance from her, Gwen's exit from her life, and not being able to find the love she hoped for, Annie no longer has the strength to endure both psychologically and physically, and one day she falls ill for no reason. She has no strength to go to school, to walk, or even stay awake during this illness. And when she is taken to doctor, as a result of many examinations, as a result of many tests, the doctor cannot find a reason for Annie to be sick. And during this illness, you know, Annie's mother kisses, smells her, takes care of her, and worries about her just as before. And Annie, who regains her mother's old attention, care, and love, and you know, who has the opportunity to spend time with her mother again, suddenly recovers one day. And as a result, Annie, who grew up in love with her mother, admired and accustomed to her excessive attention, experiences a great depression as a result of her mother's sudden withdrawal of herself and her attention after she turns 12. Cannot come to her senses for a long time and starts to feel this deficiency with another fellow, experiences sexual identity confusion, and then she is crushed under the burdens and falls into the disease we call conversion, which is caused by unexplained psychological trauma and depression. You know, as I said, however, who regains her mother's previous affection and love and long closeness during this unexplained illness, suddenly and for no reason recovers. So this means for me that the source of all the formations or problems or troubles that Annie goes through is her mother and the relationship with her mother. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you, Merve Hocam, for this really. Let's get the next presenter, Associate Professor Dr. Eiden Gurmes and Associate Professor Dr. Becky Wilders. The title is The Willian Women Characters as Archetypes in Literature.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Eiden Gurmes, one of the teaching members of English Language and Literature Department, and also acting as my capacity the director of the School of Foreign Languages. The villain woman characters as archetypes in literature is my topic, together with my friend Fırat Yıldız. Okay, the antagonist as you know, is as important and interesting as the protagonist in a literary work. And it's quite striking if the bad guy is no one but a woman. There are various reasons why writers choose cruel female characters rather than or in addition to bad men. Politics, culture, traditions, religion, education, or some other factors could be involved. Whatever is behind the phenomenon, there are numerous examples of the kind in literature from the Bible so far. Why do I name a Bible or classify Bible as a literary piece? Because as you know, some critics consider Bible as also one of the literary pieces. Beginning with Eve in Genesis, the Bible, Medea in Euripides, Lady Macbeth in Shakespeare's Macbeth, Miss Havisham in Dickens' Great Expectations, Jadis the White Witch in Lewis' The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe of Narnia Chronicles, Nurse Ratched in the cases One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest are just a few to name. Okay, do these cruel ladies have anything to do with archetypes? As we mentioned a few minutes ago while talking about Eve in the Bible? If so, is monstrosity an indispensable part, a sine qua non of a woman's nature, or something they adopt later in life? Sorry, ladies, please excuse me. This paper seeks to answer such questions, giving the first three examples from the above-mentioned literary works, that's Eve, Medea, and Lady Macbeth. Throughout history, from the ancient times so far, woman has often been degraded and seen as inferior, and both corrupt and corrupting. Eve, the first woman to have lived according to religious sources, namely the Bible, is told to be not only the first sinner, but and the one who caused the man to commit sin by tempting Adam to eat from the forbidden tree. Even if there are various irreconcilable differences between the Bible and the Quran on the subject of creation of Adam and Eve, they agree on the essentials of the story, and they are quite close to each other. As an example, both the Bible and the Quran tell us that God created Adam and gave him the responsibility to keep creation going on, and the authority and superiority over all creations, from animate to inanimate objects. According to both holy books, Adam was created from clay, and God breathed life into him, which shows that Adam is the representative of God on earth. One of the main differences between them is with the details about Eve and temptation and what happens later. According to the Bible, the devil approaches Eve in the shape of a snake and tempts her to eat from the forbidden tree. Not only does she eat from the tree, but she also attempts Adam to eat from it as well. However, for the Quran, Satan whispered to Adam, not Eve, saying, quote, "O Adam, shall I direct you to the tree of eternity and possession that will not deteriorate?" Unquote. The Quran continues to form that Adam and Eve ate of it, and their private parts became apparent to them. They began to fasten over themselves from the leaves of the paradise, and Adam disobeyed his Lord and erred. You know, err is used here in the meaning of making a mistake. That is why, for the Bible, Eve, the first sinner, and she is the one that causes Adam and later generations to fall from the grace. This story of Eve marks the beginning of the archetype of evil woman, character that characterizes all female villain or cruel characters in literature later to come. The next character is Medea, the mythological, cruel female character known to have killed her children just for the sake of punishing her husband for betraying her. Medea is original from the city of Colchis, the Caucasus region, and the women of this place are considered barbarian sorcerers by the Greeks. The famous Greek playwright Euripides chooses a woman whose mind is possessed by demons as the main character. It is an extraordinary play in which what goes through a character's mind throughout the play is conveyed to the audience. The play tells the story of Medea and her husband Jason, who are exiled to Corinth, and is about a woman who is driven by jealousy and hatred. You know, here I want to pay your attention to the fact that jealousy is also considered one of the archetypes of women from throughout history. Medea is reckless, ambitious, rampant, spiteful, and no holds barred in achieving her goal. No holds barred, meaning those who can do anything just to get their targets. Okay. Just at the beginning of the step, she is seen to have killed her own brother pitilessly and exiled to Corinth with her husband Jason after plotting the murder of Jason's uncle Pelias. We are clearly given clues as to what Medea could do in future. Shortly after arriving in Corinth, Jason decides to leave Medea and marry another woman. This woman is King Creon's daughter, Glus, is as a means to pursue his political interests. Knowing how furious Medea is, King Creon and the elderly nurse are worried that she will do something crazy. So the king decides to send Medea and her children into exile without delay. However, Medea is clever and quite cold-blooded and begs forgiveness with a convincing tone. As a result, the exile is delayed for 1 day, thus giving Medea the 1 day that she needs to take her revenge. Jason tells Medea that he doesn't actually love Glossy, but doesn't want to miss this opportunity to marry a rich and a noble woman. Although he promises that he will unite the two families in the future and take Medea as his mistress, she is not convinced. Medea tells Jason that she gave up her own family and killed her own brother for him. She recalls how she saved Jason's life by killing the beast guarding the golden fleece. She tries to dissuade Jason from his decision, but she fails. Realizing that her efforts will be fruitless, Medea implies that Jason will regret this decision. She starts making plans to kill Glossy and Creon. Meanwhile, Aegeus, the childless king of Athens, meets Medea and asks her to help his wife get pregnant. Why, you know, because she is believed to be one of the sorcerers, a kind of witch. Medea agrees, but in turn she asks the king to take her under king's protection. Unaware of Medea's plans, Aegeus accepts this offer. Medea makes a plan to give Glossy a gift golden dress, which she believes Glossy cannot refuse because this is a gift from the sun god Helios. But the dress is poisonous. Medea is determined to kill both Glossy and her father, the king Creon, as well as her own children. Medea's only purpose is to hurt Jason at all costs. She calls Mason one more time, intending to apologize to him, and sends the poisoned dress as a gift to Glossy, along with her children. In the end, Medea succeeds in her plan. Glossy dies in agony from poisoning, and Creon, her father, attempts to save her daughter, and he too dies from poisoning. She hesitates for a moment, but talks calmly and brings her children to the point where she kills them. The screams of the children are heard later on. Upon hearing the news of Glossy and Creon's death, Jason comes to punish Medea, but gets a bigger shock when he learns that his children are also murdered. Making fun of Jason's pain and taking sadistic pleasure from it, Medea is seen in Artemis' cart with the bodies of her children. On her way to Athens with the corpses of her children, Medea prophesies that Jason will also have a tragic end. The female character in question, Medea, was far beyond the traditional woman type of that period, and such a woman could have been either crazy, with no mental faculties, or a witch. Last cruel female character is Lady Macbeth. Upon returning from a victory in Scotland, Macbeth and his friend Banquo coincide, three witches who prophesize that Macbeth will be a lord, later king, but Banquo's sons will be kings as well. The witches' first prophecy comes true, and King Duncan makes Macbeth Thane of Cawdor. Thane is used here in the meaning of Lord of Cawdor. When Lady Macbeth reads Macbeth's letter about the prophecies that the witches have told him about, she decides to have Macbeth murder the king. When King Duncan visits Macbeth's castle, Lady Macbeth persuades Macbeth to murder the king in his sleep to make the second prophecy come to true. With Lady Macbeth's help, Macbeth frames King Duncan's dead servants as the murderers. Duncan's children Malcolm and Donalbain leave Scotland for their own safety. Now King Macbeth worries about the witch's third prophecy and sends murderers to kill Banquo and his son. At a banquet, Macbeth is haunted by visions of Banquo's ghost in front of all his guests. Macbeth visits the witches and they tell him the only person he is to be aware of is Macduff. No one given birth by a woman can harm him and won't be defeated until Birnam Wood moves. That is why he thinks Macbeth thinks he is unbeatable, because it is not possible for a forest to move by itself. At the beginning of the play, the hero is presented as a successful and highly respected member of society, with honors and enjoying every prospect. He seems to have a good-hearted wife, and in his castle at Inverness, he's a man, quote, full of the milk of human kindness, of quote. As the play progresses, we learn more of his heroic deeds defending the kingdom. We see him with and among other nobles, with true and cordial friendship and loyal to the king, Duncan, who has a very high opinion of Macbeth. But as he gets overpowered and tempted by Lady Macbeth, his loyalty and human feelings gradually vanish. She gets more and more ruthless, ambitious, cruel, with no conscience. She makes her decisions without hesitation or thought of consequences of that they may face. Lady Macbeth is manipulative wife, blaming her husband to act cowardly. For her, man should be violent, fierce, and brave. She taunts him and makes him feel degraded. Her provocations leads her husband to act violently and transform into a kind of monster. Lady Macbeth is the one who brings chaos, and without her the murder would have never been carried out. She manipulates Macbeth into killing the king. Lady Macbeth sort of feeds the beast in Macbeth. He discovers a side of himself which he cannot back down from. This not only leads to the downfall of the king, but creates disorder in all Scotland. Many innocent people are killed. Macbeth murders his friend Banquo, Lady Macbeth and her children. Not only do they create chaos in Scotland, but they create it within themselves. Macbeth and Lady Macbeth cannot sleep. They begin to see nightmares, both finally end up dead. Okay, final remarks. As a conclusion, female villains are often portrayed as cruel, alluring, and tend to use their bodies and beauty to trick men. They are shown as unreliable, unpredictable, bad-tempered, and dangerous. They are ruthless, rampant, spiteful, and ambitious, and with no conscience. They are reckless and do not think about the results. In achieving their goals, they are with no holds barred. Thank you for your great ambition.
Sorry, Professor, let's keep it a little bit away from the feministic point of view.
So
you
have to run away.
Get some attacks. Okay. Anyhow, thank you so much. Well, our next presenter is Sami Bozkurt. He'll make his presentation paper on entitled A Psychoanalytic Reading of Elizabeth Gaskell's Wives and Daughters.
Well, my name is Sami Bozkurt. I am an English teacher at a high school in Özalp. I am also a postgraduate student in Yüzüncü University. And this is my first presentation on this platform, so I am a little bit excited and nervous, so I beg your pardon in case of any mistakes or slip of language. Okay, my presentation is a psychoanalytic reading of Elizabeth Gaskell's Wives and Daughters. First of all, I want to draw your attention to literature. What is literature and why do we read literature? Literature is one of the leading factors that mirror lives of artists. As those who see and think the world quite different from ordinary people, artists express and have always expressed differently what they see, think, and read as well. They are also aware of the great power of literature, through which they express their thoughts written, orally, or sometimes via plastic arts. Quote, since literature covers everything related to human in terms of subject breadth, it has been inevitable to associate it with all areas that concern human beings. Unquote. Of these subjects, undoubtedly, maybe the most crucial one is human psychology. In daily life, human psychology may be affected, disturbed, or confused by many adverse things. Due to these adverse things, most suffering writers get suffocated and try to a way out to relieve and reach a whole catharsis. And at this turning point, they use literature as a means to pour out what is hidden in their subconsciouses. As a proof of this, Sigmund Freud develops Oedipus complexes. In general terms, these complexes are that when children between the age of 3 and 5 see their own sex parents as rivals and hate their opposite sex parents. Freud states that individuals who survive the phallic period in a healthy way are more virtuous and thoughtful in their later lives. In this novel, in Wives and Daughters, we have a Molly character, and we also have, we can observe many electoral complexes. As the main character, Molly, who loses her mother when she is a very young age, she is also very fond of her father. She is so fond of her father that she cannot share her father with anyone. Because according to psychoanalytic theory, the first love object of both boys and girls is the mother. While this situation does not show any change in boys, it shows a deviation in girls, and the father takes the place of the mother. Unquote. The story of Molly, she is a little girl, Molly Gibson, the heroine of the novel. She is 17 when the story begins, and the narrative traces her growth from girlhood to womanhood. But later through flashbacks, we see that she is 3 when her father dies, at the very age for an electoral complex. She lives with her father and is a really happy little girl. But when we are introduced to her, she is a girl about 12, getting ready for a formal event at the Towers. And very quickly she is 17 years old, and her father begins to worry that she needs a mother to guide her in time of her life. Molly is a really smart and well-educated girl, even though she comes from a doctor family, and she makes a good impression on anyone she meets. As Freud states that individuals who survive the phallic period in a healthy way are more virtuous and thoughtful in their later lives. She is really fond of her father and gets really happy, expressing her happiness when she sees her father. Quote, "Oh, Papa, Papa, Papa, I am so glad you have come. Oh, Papa, I never so glad in all my life. I felt like a lighted candle when they are putting the extinguisher on it." Unquote. She feels so happy and lighted and strong with her father. Her father also is really fond of her. He even dotes on her little girl. And when he sees Molly not at home, he declines his own dinner in order to fetch her as soon as possible. Quote, "Why, what a noodle you are, Molly. Did you think I was going to give up my little girl at the Towers all the rest of her life? You make as much work about my coming for you, as if you thought I had. Make haste now and get on your bonnet." Unquote. As seen from this, there is a strong bond between daughter and the father. But Molly has a problem with her stepmother, and she is so fond of her father that she doesn't want share her father with anyone. And when Molly she has difficulty in believing her father's remarriage. She is shocked, thinking that she will lose her dear father, because the new bride, her new stepmother, is not an ideal wife or mother. Her name is Claire Kirkpatrick, a former governess at the Towers. She marries and soon widowed by a young curate. She later marries Gibson, thus becoming Molly's stepmother. Her stepmother is a self-centered and makes life unpleasant for Molly, always disparaging her in favor of her daughter. She is so selfish that the moment she gets the proposal from Molly's father, she accepts immediately, just thinking of her secure position in the society, because as a woman, she cannot carry the heavy burden of life on her own. She is almost always in a fight with Molly by trying to control her. However, Molly seems clearly to ignore her, just caring for her father. Her father consent. In an invitation of Square Roger Hamley, Dr. Gibson, a friend, quote, "I will be ready in 10 minutes, said Molly, much taught by the Squire's words and manner, never thinking of asking her stepmother consent, now that she had heard that her father had given his. As she rose to leave the room, Mrs. Gibson, who had only half heard what the Squire had said and was a little affronted at the exclusive of his confidences, and said, 'My dear, where are you going?' 'Mrs. Hamley wants me, and Papa says I may go,' said Molly." Unquote. But Molly, who is a well-mannered, virtuous, and thoughtful girl, decides to bear everything for her father. Quote, "If it for Papa's happiness," unquote. As a conclusion, Molly has a special attachment to her father, and this remains persuasive and prominent as she grows. Freud claims that individuals who survive this phallic period in a healthy way are more virtuous and thoughtful in their later lives. In this study, the main female character, who is really fond of her father, shows a sample of virtue and prefers her father's happiness to hers because she tries to think about others more than herself, which is a sign of that her superego has improved. And her being content with her father's remarriage, although she does not want what's over, shows that she overcomes everything in her subconsciousness during the period, after which she reaches an ultimate catharsis. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you. Sami Hocam, thank you so much. Well, let's get the next. Ömer Hoca, our research assistant, Ömer Aytaş Aykaş, will present paper. That's a joint paper, as you have seen, with the great contribution of Associate Professor Dr. Mehmet Şirin Demir. And the paper will be presented. The title is From Journalism to Authorship, the Literary Journalism of Hemingway and Steinbeck.
May I start?
Sure.
Okay, good afternoon. Again, I greet all you with affection and respect. I am in front of you to present our joint study on literary journalism and two important figures of American literature. In fact, this is a topic related with my PhD dissertation. In my dissertation, I studied many more writers from American modernist period. Today, I will talk only about two of them. These are John Steinbeck and Ernest Hemingway. But before starting, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to Mehmet Şirin Hocam for helping me and shaping this study with me. As I said, we named our study From Journalism to Authorship, the Literary Journalism of Hemingway and Steinbeck. The main reason for naming study with this name is that both authors started their careers as journalists and continued as novelists. Since both authors are globally known names, I will not give detailed well-known biographies about them. Instead, I will make mention of their rare non-journalism, more precisely their early years of correspondence and how their journalism affected their contents of the other books. I want to give a short knowledge about literary journalism. In fact, literary journalism is a form of non-fiction that combines factual reporting with narrative techniques and stylistic strategies traditionally associated with fiction. The form of writing can also be called narrative journalism or new journalism, especially after the 1960s. The term new journalism is used for literary journalism, and it is sometimes used interchangeably with creative nonfiction. More often is regarded as one type of creative nonfiction. Let's start with Hemingway. As you all know, when it comes to Hemingway and his writing style, almost everyone knows that he used a plain and simple style. From the beginning of his writing career in 1920s, Hemingway's writing style occasioned a great deal of comment and controversy. Basically, a typical Hemingway novel or short story is written in simple, direct, and unadorned prose. Before the novels and the Nobel Prize and the other prizes, he sharpened his literary tool as a reporter for Kansas City, then Toronto, and finally as a European correspondent. In fact, after graduating from high school, Hemingway wanted to join the army, but he was too young, and instead he moved to Kansas City, and there he worked as a journalist. As with every other reporter at Kansas Star, he was issued a style of sheet, as you can see on screen. This was something like Hammurabi style code listed, and there were rules in this style code lists, something like use vigorous English, use short sentence, be positive, not negative, etc. After returning from, he worked as journalist. Then for 1 year, then he left his newspaper for joining the war. He left his newspaper to serve as an ambulance driver for the American Red Cross. One day, their troops came under fire, a mortar exploded, and Hemingway got injured there. I think he spent 6 months at a hospital. Then he returned to America, in Italy he fell in love with a nurse. But after the war, he learned that they want to marry. She wrote him to say that she wanted to be with another man. Returning from the war with physical and heartache, Hemingway presents an important literary style through these wounds. After returning from the war, he went on working both as journalist and novelist. And in October 1922, his reporting took him to Istanbul to cover the Greco-Turkish War. In addition to the Greco-Turkish War, he joined the World Wars and Spanish Civil War and the other wars. The other works that, one of the important works that deal with war and journalism is For Whom the Bell Tolls. The other works like The Sun Also Rises also was written in journalistic style. The book was shaped by his journalism, tells the story of a man named Jake. He is the novel's narrator of the novel, is a journalist and World War I veteran like Hemingway himself. While reading Hemingway, the other important technique that makes the journalistic background felt and makes the narrative and the work read understandable is the dialogues that are used very often. Hemingway has managed to capture the dynamics of real-life conversation. His another work is the Nick Adams stories. This is also related with literary journalism. Moreover, Hemingway used an innovative dialogue technique in this book. The other book is Byline, Ernest Hemingway. This is one of the most important works of Hemingway's war narratives. It consists of articles written directly on the battlefield, just like Steinbeck's Once There Was a War. This work is the equivalent of John Steinbeck's Once There Was a War, as I said. The other writer who has a journalistic background is John Steinbeck. Before producing his works, including the Great Depression novels that led him to fame, Steinbeck was among the most prominent representative of the literary genre, as he worked as a reporter for various newspapers and combined his literary talent with journalistic practice. As a journalist and a writer who managed to touch the lives of ordinary people by getting at the heart of the events and telling unique stories and neglected issues and details. Steinbeck's text can be considered as an example of unique content production and storytelling, which constitute an alternative for today's standardized news reporting, devoid of content. Although he started his career with minor troubles and some failures, there is always a journalistic background in the emergence of occult works such as the award-winning Grapes of Wrath, a war narrative identified with the war like there was a war, and works that can be considered as important examples of literary interviews such as Travels with Charlie on the Roads of America. Known as a tragic novel, The Grapes of Wrath consists essentially of newspaper articles that Steinbeck prepared and published in the style of reportages when he was a young journalist. Steinbeck has traveled with thousands of families on their journey on the road of hope and witnessed their suffering. When he turned these stories into novel, Once There Was a War consists of stories of World War in which he participated as a journalist. It was first published in newspapers and later turned into a novel. And his work Travels with Charlie on the Road of America is the narration of reportage. As you know, in Turkey, this technique and the narration pioneered by Yaşar Kemal, different points of America have taken place in narration of this book together with journalistic narrative. As a result of thematic analysis, while studying these two writers, it is observed that these texts provide the opportunity to narrate unique life-touching stories based on testimonies by proceeding with ordinary people and details. We can clearly say that many novels and stories of these writers have journalistic background, both technically and narratively, and in some, Steinbeck's journalism constitutes the initial examples of many news formats and practices which have later been defined and promoted as alternative journalism. On the other hand, Ernest Hemingway is a hero to many journalists, not the least because he mastered the craft of daily journalism and then used what he had learned there to master the craft of fiction writing. With this aspect, the study has been prepared with the aim of addressing Steinbeck and Hemingway not only as the masters of literature, but also their lesser-known aspects, the meanings of 20th century literature, and read with the background of the period, how it turns into a tool, and how writers write novels that can be called historical novels at this point are also discussed within the context of this study. As a result, we need to know that Steinbeck and Hemingway first need to be known as journalists. They witnessed many wars, they took part in these wars. They are categorized as lost generation because of the political, sociological, and other public events like Great Depression, Dust Bowl, etc. All these experiences and events made them not only the most important writers of America, but also the great literary journalists of the world history. And from now on, when reading these writers, please watch out. I am sure you will see something different, and this is completely related with their journalistic background. And they write in a different style, and their comprehension and transmission is quite different from their contemporaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ömer Hocam. Thank you so much. Well, our last presenter is Sümeyye Çiftçi, our graduate student, and she's going to present the paper entitled Racism and Sexism in Alice Walker's The Color Purple. Yeah.
Dear professors, dear students, and all the other participants, you are all welcome. My name is Sümeyye Çiftçi. I'm an English teacher at a high school in Özalp and postgraduate student in Yüzüncü University in English Language and Literature Department. Before starting my presentation, I would like to express my gratitude to my supervisor, Professor Dr. Bülent Tanrıtaner, for his contributions and guidance.
Today I will present you my paper entitled The Desperate Need of Writing Letters to God, Racism and Sexism in Alice Walker's The Color Purple. Alice Walker is an American woman writer, poet, publisher, and feminist. Walker is a black girl of a poor Southern family. She is one of the bravest women writers of her age. She became active in the civil rights movement. Alice Walker wrote her book, The Color Purple, in 1930. Sorry, I'm so excited. In 1983, and this book brought her notable immediate attention and fame. She was influenced by her experiences and what she heard, the things about the society around herself lived in the racist and sexist America. As the novel The Color Purple published, both the novel and Alice Walker continue to elicit a countable range of praise and censure from an increasing number of black and white, female and male reviewers, literary critics, and readers in general. Set in the Deep South during the first half of the 20th century, the novel seeks to reflect lives of the people over a period which racism and sexism were dominant issues. So let's start with the definition of the racism. It is defined as the power to control and manipulate the major societal forces and the ability to define for the other the requirements for participation. It's a belief system that places supremacy focus upon one group over the other. So in the novel we see these racist sayings like the black what the black people lived and their hard conditions, the slavery especially. In The Color Purple, black people are lack of social, cultural, moral, and biological rights. They can only be slaves, and the slave system shaped the social relations. There was a discrimination that placed white men at the top and slaves and minorities at the bottom of the social system. This slavery system created all of those racist sayings, and those racist sayings created sexist sayings. And you all know that's why, because there was a black feminism area, both racist and sexist sayings because of these sayings. Sexism is prejudice or discrimination based on one's sex or gender. Sexism can touch everyone, but women are particularly affected. Afro-American history has witnessed a variety of black women's struggles to gain rights and more freedom in racist and sexist America. In the novel, readers see some sexist saying towards women characters like a woman shouldn't wear like this, a woman can't do this, or a woman can only be a good mother of her house. Sally's father and husband see her as their property. They beat her whenever they want. They think she should obey the rules given by them. So the desperate woman, Sally, our protagonist, she thinks she can only write letters to God because in a society where people cannot have solution to these racist and sexist sayings, she tried to write letters to God, and this is a kind of salvation for her. She's a and the only being she talks about in her world is no one but God. This can be a sign that the author wants to show her readers that talking to people in a society like this has no solution, so she chooses to talk to God, which is not an abstract character. The readers can pay attention to this desperate point of view, not talking to a real person or people, but talking to God, who even does not answer. In this utopic and desperate world, Sally seeks the happiness and relief from a sexist point of view, from her relatives and racist sayings by her environment. Behind all these, sentences, there are some heartbreaking sentences from Sally. Like in one chapter, she says, "As far as I can write letters to God, I'm not alone. I have someone with me, G-O-D, as far as I can write this, I have someone with me. And in one chapter, there's a character in prison and she tries to escape from prison, and all the other friends and relatives try to make a plan. They all say something, but Sally says, I only think God is coming on a chariot and angels they're all in white, because she thinks God is white, because she thought that black people around her don't have solution to anything. So she thinks God is white as well. And she is away from reality, actually. We can see that. She's away from reality and her thoughts are utopic. She thinks that God will come on a chariot and save her and escape her from prison. I think that's it, all I can say. Thank you for listening.
Okay, just not to force the patience.
Yes.